Hey, can you hear me, Golden Boy? Can you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Few technical difficulties, everybody. Um, Golden Boy, I didn't realize you were coming on and setting up in the background,
hmm
so I
hmm
could not load the pictures that I need to load. I'm going to send them to
Gotcha.
you one at a time. This is the first one that we're going to start with.
Okay.
Can you load these up in the order that I send them to you?
Sure will.
All right. Thank you, boss. And
No
everybody,
problem.
y'all can give me about 5 more minutes. I appreciate it. Thank you again, Golden Boy.
Yep, yep.
All right. I'm going to go dark.
Come on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Okay, everybody, I'm just wrapping up. Um, we're trying to finish getting everything loaded so that we can come right back in. I have to apologize. I was finishing up a couple of things and got pulled away for a moment. However, if you give us about 3, maybe 4 more minutes, we should be right in so that we can get started. Thank you much. Okay. Um, all right. We good, Golden Boy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just adding these last two. It'll take me just a second, but you can continue. I can do them whenever.
Okay, no problem. Um,
Um, I just kind of had to upload them differently, so they'll be it may be over your face like that while you're talking, but at least after the first one. But
oh, yeah, I can just change the view out. That's no problem. I really don't need to be seen.
got you.
Yeah, so I appreciate you. Everybody,
Mm-hmm.
I want to, first of all, thank you guys for your patience. And thank you again, Golden Boy, for taking care of that for me.
Yeah, no problem.
We're doing a bunch in the background. Um, so let me start off by saying hello to everyone. I hope that you all are doing well. I hope that all is well. Um, I hope that you guys are hanging in there. That said, we're going to jump right on in. This has been an interesting week for us. Last week, there's quite a few things that have taken place. And uh, with that in mind, um, we have talked about a few things, and I wanted to come forward and share with everybody uh, some of what we're looking at in our practices within the organization. With that in mind, oh, let me make sure I change something. Um, Give me one more minute. Um, okay, again, you have to bear with me. I'm still learning this stuff as we go forward. So, anyway, we want to share with everyone a few things so that you all are aware of why things are changing. We know of the most recent change in our organization was an announcement that went out last Thursday of raffle tickets no longer being printed, sold, or advertised within the organization, nowhere within the organization. Um, I'm sure that you heard a few things coming from Golden Boy and Miss Mintz. I just wanted to kind of piggyback and reiterate some of the things that they've already touched on. They could not go in onto a whole lot of detail because there's so much to cover. And with that said, I wanted to touch on this for our live today. So I'm going to go through a bunch of things and let me just tell you all straight out that may not be the only thing that they're, or he rather, Mr. Cunningham, is going to be um, postponing. What you're going to see tonight, this evening, is that it should not be postponed because it shouldn't be going on at all. And as members of our organization, um, just like members of many other organizations around the country, around the world, we, the members, are not aware of these things that we have been practicing for many years and many decades now, actually being illegal. So we're putting this out as we continue to inform you all, as well as those that are not members or affiliated with our organization, so that you'll also know what to look out for within your own institutions and your own organizations, and even maybe have a meeting with your individual leaders to ensure that what you're doing has been verified and that you fall within compliance of the regulating agencies that are out there regulating 501c3s. With that in mind, we're going to jump in here and read a caption that came out of one of our um, pieces of literature. Many of you may not be aware, but this came out of one of the publications within our organization, the United House of Prayer for All People. Um, and you can see that this caption is based on convocation reports. When Mr. Cunningham sent out an order to immediately stop or stall all raffles tickets being sold, or even having raffles altogether, we need you all to understand that it was simply something that went out to kind of put a lid on things that people can uh, no longer hear about and no longer see. What I mean by that is the things that has been taking place within our organization. We understand that it appears as if things are being done under the table. That's the hope, that they continue to be done so that they can't be seen readily by authorities outside of our organization. So a lot of things that's been taking place has been going on under the table, so to speak. The raffles, as long as they were being circulated amongst active, supportive members of the organization, you didn't hear anything about it, right? There's no problem. There's no big deal. Um, and at the same token, as long as things were not being advertised and marketed and put out into the open by outside, or for outside rather, individuals to see, again, we didn't hear about it. But once we began to touch on these issues, once Golden Boy and Miss Mintz and others began to make people aware of what's going on behind closed doors, well, now they have no choice but to review what they've been doing, because they cannot keep things out in the open, because it's pretty much confirming the things that we're saying. So this is why there was an order to stop it. Many people are being told that the order came as a result of Mr. Cunningham, the CEO, current CEO, albeit by a rigged and fixed election. But he put himself in the seat. Um, Therefore, he's CEO slash bishop. And by his orders, it was sent out around the organization: no more raffle tickets be sold, no more advertised online in any form of media, not even within your local congregation. So the reason for that is uh, that they have to clean things up and see if there's a way that they can do it and get around the scope of the law. Members are being told that he made this decision to give the members a break from G class. Of course, that cannot be if the G class program still exists. He definitely did not come up with this order in order to allow the members to take a break or to have a rest from ticket selling or ticket sales, because he said that the rallies can continue to go forward, but the raffles are to be suspended. Meaning any ticket that has details, date, time, location, what the prize is, how much tickets are for, um, the names of the individuals sponsoring the ticket, those are the things that he's suspending. But if there's no printed ticket, what the order is, well, you can continue in what we call pickup rallies, where individuals buy different household cleaning products or snacks, family size snack packs or whatever. Open it up, sit it on a table, sell the little carnival style tickets, right? That you pull two of them off. They have a number on each side. You put them in a bag, and if your ticket is drawn, you look at the number. Or in order to save money, right, you just write your name on the back of that ticket. That way, that roll that has two matching numbers on each side, that roll lasts that much longer. It's a cheaper way of using that roll of tickets. So some individuals you just pull out and read the name or the initial, whatever. They come up, pick a prize off the table. This is a pickup rally. He's saying it's okay to do that. So we're going to get into this tonight, and we're going to see what the law has to say about these things so that our members continue to understand what Ms. Mintz, what Ms. Golden Boy um, is talking about on their platform and what we've been talking about, right? Um, so again, we see the Gemini Music Show saying, how are you going to give them a break on G class when that's supposed to be the ticket in heaven? And this is what we're getting at. So let's go ahead and jump on in here. Golden Boy, at any time you want to plug a comment, jump in and state whatever, feel free to do so. Um,
Solid.
Other members of the committee that might be here, same thing. But yeah, just let me know, and we're going to jump right on in. So, convocation reports is what we refer to a dollar amount of money that's being submitted or turned in as we report what monies has been raised. So, it's called convocation because there is a time period within our organization where we're traveling around to have what the scripture refers to as a holy gathering. Scripture calls it convocation. So we take that and we added the words, not we, but the leaders of the organization, and called it a convocation. And during that part of the year, all the houses come together and they make their report. Now, even if convocation is not taking place, if there's a visit by the bishop of our organization, then you're still going to be making reports, right? So, with that in mind, um, it says here this is a book that was written about the traditions of the house of prayer practices. Um, the teaching is that God requires a sacrifice. And we're not even going to go in on that because we now know those individuals who are waking up, who's understanding, who's studying the word for themselves, that there is no requirement for a sacrifice today. The last and ultimate sacrifice was when he allowed his son to be sacrificed, that all men, through believing in him, would have access to him and a right to eternal life if they believe in him, because the shedding of his blood paid the price of our transgressions. So today we don't require a sacrifice, but this is a teaching in here in our organization. So while on the holy mountain, the platform that the leader, the bishop, sits on within the organization, where the chair is, in 1971, right, Mr. McCullough was inspired by the Lord to establish the resurrection program, or what is called in our organization G Class. Mr. McCullough taught everyone must work out their salvation with fear and trembling. Fear and trembling is what is needed in order to get these things done within the organization, because you need the people's fear to make sure that they do these things that they're being instructed to do. He further stated, faith without work is dead. In order to be quickened from dead works, members can be resurrected through the G Class program. And you notice this is in the bylaws of auxiliaries of the United House of Prayer. We see that that is mentioned because we're going to talk about later how the auxiliaries are linked to this G Class program. Okay. Um, and
Ready for the next one?
yes, sir.
I got you.
Thank you, sir.
So over here on the right where it says graphics, I had to upload them individually in here, but they are right there. So let me go to the other screen here.
Okay. And for everyone, just so that you all know, this was the first time that we started like this because I was a little behind. I didn't understand how to come on during a live to load the pictures on here, and that was the whole mix up. So anyway, once again, thank you, Golden Boy.
Yeah, no worries.
And private inurement. So when we talk about what we just saw with the explanation of the convocation report, the G class program. This is what the law has to say about this. Private earnment of excess benefit. This is an absolute boundary of tax exempt status that no part of a nonprofit's net earnings may benefit an insider or executive. If the CEO used the ticket money or cash credits to enrich himself or hide funds without oversight, it triggers immediate revocation of the church's tax exempt status, meaning that our tax exemption can be revoked. If the CEO enriched himself or hid money without oversight. Now, for those of you who understand this, we know that the CEO spends the money of the organization. Remember, not too long ago, just a few weeks, he actually said during a service, when you give the money, you don't tell me what to do with it. He said, I am the steward. Now, this is a huge problem because it looks like he gets to do whatever he wants. And with that in mind, it's as if he's enriching himself. And at the same token, the members are not looking at the funds, they're not looking at the books. So it looks like he's hiding the funds as well. Let's continue. Unreported gaming income. The IRS mandates strict tax reporting and 24% withholding on raffle prizes exceeding specific thresholds. Failing to report decades of cash drawings constitutes systemic federal tax evasion. Anybody that understands anything about tax evasion should know that this is a very, very serious issue. Look at this further. Multi-state consumer fraud and illegal lotteries. Because the CEO ordered congregations in 26 different states to cease activities, the liability spreads nationally. Charitable solicitation fraud. Most states require nonprofits to register explicitly before asking their residents for money. Raising money for unvetted fundraising goals without registration across dozens of states violates state consumer and let me see, protection laws. And you can pop that up anytime you want. But what we're looking at is already the laws saying that there's certain portions of this type of program that's completely illegal. Not only certain portions of this program is illegal, but the penalties actually stem up to a certain amount, and we're going to get into that too in a moment. And those penalties go back to the leadership, and they can stem to individuals under the leadership. But because we're talking about operating in different states, we're seeing that this is a multi-state fraud issue. The G-Class program itself is literally operating under an illegal lottery. And we're going to prove that in a moment. Let me see your next frame. Okay. The situation we described involves a profound and systemic failure for corporate governance, along with severe violations of federal, state, and District of Columbia laws. Not just any type of violations, severe violations of these laws. Operating an interstate multi-million-dollar nonprofit like a personal fiefdom Without a board of directors, remember we kept talking about over and over and over again that when Mr. Cunningham told everybody in the organization that we do not need a board of directors, um, we kept saying that no, a nonprofit cannot operate without a board of directors. It's illegal not to have one. And what we're seeing here is now, everybody, all I did last night, you see the date in the corner. Last night, I took the time. Let me just ask a few questions, basic, generalized questions pertaining to different activities within our organization. I just went on Google, put the information in there, popped it up. And I did it this way, and I'm showing you all now so that you all can do the same thing. Go on Google, go on Chat GPT, ask any question you want. Is it legal to do this? Is it legal to do that? Is it lawful? Is it a violation of any laws for this, that, or the other? Ask these questions. This is why we're now here, because up until now, no one has taken the time to check and verify that these practices within our organization are lawful. No one stopped to look at the letter of the laws to determine whether or not we're allowed to do this. And what we're seeing case after case after case is no, this is illegal. That's illegal. This is illegal. This is a case of fraud. So the situation that we described involves profound and systemic failure of corporate governance, along with severe violations of federal, state, and District of Columbia laws. Operating an interstate multi-million dollar nonprofit like a personal fiefdom without a board of directors, without transparent finances, or proper legal permits constitutes explicit corporate fraud and illegal gambling. All this time, the CEO's abrupt order to freeze operations across 26 states is a transparent attempt to mitigate criminal exposure and conceal evidence before regulatory bodies step in. And this is what Ms. Mintz, this is what Golden Boy,
My,
this
my,
is what
my.
others have been talking about
Ding, ding,
over
ding,
and
ding,
over,
ding.
right? Go ahead, what you got?
I said ding, 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 ding. You hit the nail right on the head. This is a knee-jerk reaction to something that the bishop is aware of, that he is not explaining clearly
Right.
to the people. And so the people, this is where we need to be looking to the hills and being aware of what's actually taking place around us, and just like you just said, everyone uses Chat GPT now, or something like that. So just ask it the question.
Yep.
Ask that AI program what this may potentially be suggesting, and it will lay it out for you step by step. Actually, it actually leaves nothing to question, even though we can't say what's what at the end of the day because we just don't know, but it gives you a pretty good layout for how certain things tend to go.
Mm-hmm. And this is what we've been saying. We cannot stress enough that the members of our organization has been completely blindsided, defrauded, deceived, manipulated. This is why we talk about being hoodwinked and bamboozled, right? Um, the CEO's abrupt order to freeze operations across every single organization, congregation is a transparent attempt to get around being exposed to regulating agencies that we've been talking about
Hmm.
are coming in here. He doesn't want them to see evidence. All we've been
Hmm.
doing is giving evidence.
Wait. Are you suggesting in that statement that the current bishop himself may be under the impression that outside regulating agencies may be interested in something and that might be why he did. Is that what you're saying? I know
What?
that's not what you're saying. Can't
What?
be what you're saying.
We put it like this. We've been discussing in private how little time Mr. Cunningham is spending in the District of Columbia.
Mm-hmm.
This is the seventh month. He might have been in DC maybe 3.5 weeks
Mm-hmm.
this entire year. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you all can say that we don't know that, and you're right, we don't. But what we do know is the amount of time he spent in other cities.
Mm-hmm.
And when he's in other cities, he can't be in DC unless he's cloned.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So popping up in all over the place. This is the Southern tour has been 3 times this year.
Mm-hmm.
Have 2 Northern tours already this year. Going out to Texas. This is the second time in Texas. California twice already this year.
Mm-hmm.
And he's staying outside of DC. So we know there's been notifications that was given, and we know who
Well,
gave
he's staying in hotels too.
the. That's right. Not staying in the parsonages. Why are you staying in
Mm-hmm.
hotels? So nobody knows where you
Yeah.
are. This is the most secretive
Ooh.
CEO that we've ever seen. Understandably
Um,
so. Uh huh.
could I add to this?
Yeah.
The not staying at home portion, what it looked like AI suggested to us is that it's all psychological on his part because he knows more than what he's telling, and that he has put himself in a position where he's on the run and he's not even wanted just because of his psyche playing tricks on him. So that takes a toll on you, and that's a horrible way to live. And it makes it really hard to sleep if you think someone's chasing you and no one's even chasing you.
Hmm. But while Golden Boy said that, um, let me just add this tidbit. He might be looking around to see who's watching at times, because there has been times when people have been watching,
Mm,
and there's some places where you popped up at where people were right there that you did not see. Um,
mm.
right.
Talking
So,
about talking about current talking about current bishop.
oh yeah, Mr. CEO, Mr. Cunningham,
Mm-hmm.
certain places
Mm-hmm.
where he's going recently that people were right there and he has no idea. Right.
Oh
So
wow.
we listen.
Got to be more careful, huh?
Yeah. You know, you can't trust everybody. Well, anyway.
Yeah.
So let's look at more reasons why he did what he did, and to further expound on what you and Miss Mintz was talking about, how he
Mm-hmm.
violated and affected DC laws when he came out with
Mm-hmm.
this order. Because the
Mm-hmm.
organization is incorporated in DC, it's legally bound by the District of Columbia's Nonprofit Corporation Act and
Mm-hmm.
regional gambling provisions, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, you can gamble. There are certain states that allow gambling, and it's legal, but we are not a gambling ratchet. At least we're not supposed to be. Turns out
Mm-hmm.
that's exactly what we've been. But you all are going to find out so much more tonight. Uh, Next, sir.
Just to say right there, Miss Mintz
Yep.
hit on it. We were doing our research on it, and it really honed in on it being his conscience weighing on him severely, rather than it actually being a real threat that he needs to be on the run from. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So, you know
Uh,
what I mean? It's just it's crazy, but it's at the expense of the people because we're gonna do Daddy's Club, which is gonna give him more praise, worship, sacrifice, i.e., hint, hint,
Mm-hmm.
kick off to a nice trust fund so that I can get houses of prayers built in the remaining 50 states and then ultimately be put into the name of a trust in my name. Et cetera, et cetera. So those types of things. But yeah, yeah. Anyway,
Uh,
let me get to this next one for you. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. No, it's all good. It's spot on. Because many people are now wondering about these various things that has the names of various CEOs on them. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and again, those are all things that are problematic. But we never looked into it because it's always been the norm for us. We've been conditioned that these things became normalized to where we don't
Mm-hmm.
ask a question about it. Um, so, with this in mind, let's see what we have here. Absence of board of directors, like we've been saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
DC Code, State Statute 29406.01. By law, every DC nonprofit corporation must maintain a board of directors comprised of a minimum of three distinct individuals. Operating without a board violates the basic requirements of corporate existence.
Right.
This entire time, been saying this, but watch how deep this rabbit hole goes.
Mm-mm-mm.
Officers for his and other members around the council and other executive positions, they've breached fiduciary duties. Officers must act in good faith and in the best interests of the organization. Commingling funds, tracking cash credits arbitrarily, and hiding financials from members constitutes a total breach of trust and a diversion of charitable assets, right? To not let the members know the monies that we're dealing with, how much money came in, how much is in the holdings, how much is being spent, what is being spent on, the people not having any say so in how it's going to be spent, the budget that's set to be spent, the change left over after money has been spent. These are all very big red flags. And it points to one thing and one thing only: fraud and illegal activity. I said one thing. Fraud and illegal
Well,
activity.
when you say fraud, you gotta go ahead and include the whole thing of what these outside agencies are looking for, and it's actually called fraud, waste, and abuse. So they're going to be looking for that in three separate parts. Fraud breaks down like that. So um, yikes.
And it's coming up.
Then it goes into you say it's coming up.
Oh, yeah, it's coming up.
Oh wow.
To show
Wow.
you explicitly how fraud is taking place within an organization. Just some snapshots of what
Yeah.
fraud looks like, right? Exactly what Golden Boy is saying. Um, Illegal gambling and unlicensed raffling. That's why he sent out that order. No individual
Mm-mm-mm.
or entity may hold a raffle without an official license issued by the DC Lottery Board.
Mm-hmm.
How many times have you seen a license that we've been issued to hold a raffle? Nada.
Mm-mm.
Running unlicensed raffles for decades is a systematic violation of criminal gambling statutes.
Come on. Talk
Okay.
about it.
State to state. Now, we're going to go into some things that y'all, wait a minute, hold up. You mean to tell me? Yes. Even when we,
Mhm.
yes. And we're going to go into specifics to show you I was breaking the law. Yes. Watch carefully. Affected federal and IRS laws when we do that. While churches enjoy automatic 501c3 status and exemptions from filing annual Form 990 tax returns, they're absolutely not exempt from basic operational tax laws. Not
Mm-mm.
exempt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here we
Hmm.
go.
Next slide.
Yes, sir. So okay, so they're a little bit mixed up, but that's okay. I can figure it out.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's all good. It's all good. All of this ties
Is it
together.
this one here?
Yes.
Okay. All right, because
Um,
they I uploaded them, some of them in batches. So they might just be
yeah,
one
one for
off. You know what I mean? Yeah.
no problem. I got you. And if so, well, I can still tie it back. Uh,
Okay. All right, cool, cool, cool.
okay. So here's the thing: interstate gambling rings, utilizing interstate communication channels, phone lines, emails, bank accounts across 26 states. And y'all might be wondering, well, wait a minute, how are we using bank accounts across states? Don't y'all know that when we have state rallies and state events and state programs, that money doesn't sit there? Sometimes you have pastors that send checks that the secretary writes out
Ooh, here we go with
for
that
that
mail
state event.
again.
Huh?
Here we go with the mail again.
Right? Sometimes they bring checks. Sometimes those checks cross state lines for different state events. Sometimes during a state event, the chairman, the district chairman, they might take money back with them because you all know we don't always leave the money at that particular house. So this is money traveling across state lines with the use of bank accounts in the form of check writing. Now, utilizing interstate communication channels to facilitate an undocumented, unpermitted gambling system transforms local raffle issues into federal, what's that word? Racketeering or mail wire fraud concerns. Do y'all understand
Ooh.
how big that word racketeering is?
Mm. It's the first letter in the acronym, I believe.
It's the first letter of an acronym called
Mm-hmm.
not Ricky,
Mm-mm.
Pretty Ricky, what we call him? No,
Mm-mm.
RICO,
Suave.
right? RICO. Now, look at the impact of the whistleblower action. When we were telling you all about the 310, this is why. When a whistleblower exposes this conduct, councilmen, pastors, executive staff, we ain't going to tell nobody. It's all confidential. It's all confidential. But whenever you sign as a whistleblower, just to indicate that you are part of that number, and you begin to share whatever you might know, the CEO's instruction to stop until further notice serves as a defensive action that alters the legal landscape in several distinct ways. Evidence of knowing and willful intent. Look at this evidence of knowing and willful intent. Proving a crime requires showing the individual knew they were breaking the law. The CEO's written order to halt operations to fix a legal matter explicitly demonstrates that he's aware of the illegality, preventing him from claiming ignorance in a court of law. Can't say you didn't know
My
because
Lord.
you took a measure.
Members. Whew.
Huh?
Members, y'all gotta pay attention. Please pay attention right here. Please pay attention right here. Please. This is where we should be waking up in this moment while we're going over this lesson plan right here. Like seriously. Um, open up your minds, your spirits. I pray that scales begin to be lifted from our eyes right now so that we can see and that our ear gates be opened up so that we're able to receive truth on today, you know. So this is the opinion of AI. How about that?
I'm
You know?
sure
So
I'm not smarter than AI.
right.
I am not.
Likewise. Likewise.
Yeah. Just
Likewise.
saying, right?
Yeah.
And now that's the evidence that he knew. The fact that he actually sent out an order to everyone stop immediately. Potential spoliation of evidence means to spoil, right? Get rid of, to destroy. An immediate halt often precedes an attempt to shred paper records, alter internal digital ledgers, or move cash. Regulators view sudden structural halts immediately following a whistleblower complaint with extreme suspicion. We've been saying things for a while, and it's not a coinkydink that he came
Mm-hmm.
out with this order last Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there's some things that's going on, and Mr. Cunningham got me curious. You got me real curious. I'm not sure whether you saw some things that went down last week, but it certainly feels like it. And for you to come out like that with that order, okay, slick, nice move. If you did see what I think you saw,
Mm-hmm.
but if you didn't, okay, either way, it still shows that you know what you're doing, or
Mm-hmm.
somebody who's whispering in your ear knows what they're doing,
Right.
right? I can't
Mm-hmm.
imagine. Well, anyway, let's go a little bit further.
Yeah,
Uh,
because touching on that fact,
uh huh.
just going back to a conversation where that y'all had about certain signatures and dates in constitutions, and he didn't understand what you were talking about in that conversation. You
Right.
know, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And see, I'm not going to say yet, but I saw a change that Mr. Cunningham made. And I don't know if he's aware that we found this change. Now,
Mm,
I'm gonna let that simmer. Um, but I saw a change, and it's been documented already.
mm,
So just so that y'all know, he's going around to do things to try to fix whatever he can. It's not for nothing.
mm-hmm.
It's not for nothing. Uh huh. Go ahead.
Nothing. I'm just hey, it's just very telling.
Let's see the next frame.
Oh yeah. It was that one, right?
Yes. So again, I just threw a question together, a few questions, and just see what pop up. And I did that again for you all to understand how easy and how simple this is. So, what laws are affected or violated in DC if a nonprofit 501c3 organization is allowing tickets for raffles for monetary or cash credits that go towards a fundraising goal at the end of the year to be sold year after year for decades by the CEO when there's no oversight, no checks and balances, and no board of directors with zero accountability and no financial transparency? How are the laws affected when a whistleblower brings attention to the unlawful activities of the CEO when the CEO immediately sends out an order to the more than 100 congregations in 26 states to stop selling tickets and having raffles until further notice so he can figure out how to fix a legal matter? There's never been a board, there are no permits, and there's absolutely no oversight. It's incorporated in DC and operates all across the country. It's registered as a church, and I've been a member for more than 45 years. Just giving information so that AI can spit out whatever it's going to spit out to let us know how this affects the law. Next
Can I
slide.
point out a valid point here that I
Yep.
think the members really need to understand
Yep.
is that that order that went out, it was enclosed the Supreme. He's letting you all know without letting you all know that he has now taken off the hat of daddy, and now I'm talking to you as the CEO from the business side of things. And if I wasn't the CEO and your daddy, it would be another individual making this call, not me. So since
Mhm.
I'm in a dual role, I'm going to sign this as the CEO, but you, the members who have no knowledge about how this works, is going to automatically see this as daddy, and it'll be spiritual rather than you all understanding that it's the CEO making a business call. But even Rodriguez Murray alluded to the fact in what he said that this was a message from the CEO and not the bishop.
And all of that is extremely important for the members to understand. Because if you don't understand the difference between the bishop and the CEO, then you're going to be confused as to what it is that we're trying to do.
Hmm.
Okay? So
Yeah.
we're trying to save the organization that is the nonprofit.
Hmm.
Therefore,
Hmm.
we're coming back with all of these. Um, Now, this is another set of questions. What if the instructions are that the congregations can continue to have pickup rallies that don't require the printing of tickets to be sold to individuals with the details of the raffle or the date? What if the pickup rallies only require that someone buys products like sodas, snacks, household items, or cleaning products, etc., to be placed on a table before the congregation and tickets sold to the members so that each ticket pulled from a bag allows the winner to come and take an item off the table until the items run out? And again, we're going to come back to those questions. For the whistleblower protections for these councilmen, these pastors, these executive staff, under federal law such as the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, which applies its criminal anti-retaliation provisions directly to nonprofits, it is a federal
Hmm.
crime to retaliate against or fire or excommunicate or legally intimidate an individual for reporting corporate financial crimes to law enforcement. Those people concerned about, well, I don't want this to happen, I don't want that to happen, blah, 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 blah. If they do any of those things, your report becomes gold. It just heightens the problem for them and it escalates the penalties. And so the reason why the government has protections for individuals who complain about these issues is because there's a lot of people breaking a lot of laws and getting away with a lot of things and taking advantage of the system as well as the people who are serving them, who are providing for them, who are taking care of them, right? So, in all of these things, people just don't understand that this is what's been going on in here for 107 years with a 100-year celebration coming up to celebrate we got away with it so far. No, it's all just catching up. With that in mind, let's see the next slide. Okay, so the severe legal risks of the shift when he sent out that order. By issuing these altered instructions, the CEO has significantly worsened the organization's legal liability in three major ways. Evidence of an active cover up. This is conspiracy and it's fraud. In a legal investigation, intent is everything. by instructing 100 plus congregations across 26 states to deliberately hide raffle details, stop printing tickets, and omit drawing dates. The CEO is actively instructing subordinates on how to evade law enforcement and bypass regulatory tracking. In criminal law, this action shifts the case from passive noncompliance to active deception, structuring, and a conspiracy to defraud state authorities. Now, does that sound like it's a minor issue? This sounds pretty serious.
Sure does.
When you defraud the state authorities, that's not something they're going to sweep under the rugs. The violations of local health, retail, and sales tax laws, forcing church members to purchase groceries or cleaning supplies and pooling them into a distribution system, creates an unpermitted retail exchange. Meaning, whenever pastors, and I did this too, I didn't know what was going on. But whenever a pastor has cabinet, right? We need somebody to take next Sunday evening, next Thursday, next Wednesday. When you do that, and the members go out and buy food and sit up on the table to sell tickets for it, that's what this is talking about. It literally becomes an unpermitted retail exchange. Also, in many jurisdictions, purchasing items to immediately pool them for a paid entry drawing, to take these items and put them on the table. We've seen people take cases of sodas and take each soda out, and that soda becomes a prize, right? When you pool these items together for a paid entry drawing, it triggers municipal sales tax and retail registration obligations. Those sales tax on these items sitting on a table, I pay $1 for a ticket. I win my prize. But Mr. and Mrs. Government, they didn't get their sales tax. You have unpermitted retail exchange. You took something that you purchased by retail, you broke it open, a case of sodas, each one becomes an individual prize, but there's no tax on that. It's now called sales tax evasion. Another big problem. Next slide.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Now, again, we're going to catch up to the answers. But here's another question. What if the selling of tickets or the holding of raffles and rallies were all being done to raise money for what is called the G-Class program, where members are taught that as a way of working out their soul salvation, they were to give money out of pocket or raise money by other means, such as selling tickets, working in the cafeteria for credit, where a determined amount of money would be credited to your name as a G-Class report to go towards your year-end total for money raised. Members are also allowed to set up tables on the property to sell homemade food or desserts. I know everybody who looked at that and saw a period instead of question mark. But members are also allowed to set up tables on the property to sell homemade food or desserts to also go towards their G-Class. The money is not put through the normal accounting measures, but ministers come to pick up the money and give the members receipts so that they know how much has been turned in towards their G-Class. How do these events affect the law concerning these practices? Now, again, I ask this question just to show our members what issues the law has with what we're doing unknowingly.
Well,
Unknowingly.
can I say that those 50 people that would have assembled the $25,000, I mean, that might be enough for Mickey Bailey to get the air conditioning fixed at Charlotte number two. You know what I mean? So it's just a quick money grab. And so I just want you all to see how easy it is for them to manipulate us into paying for something that they're already saying that they're supposed to pay for um in our purpose,
Constitution.
and in our constitution to build, erect, and maintain all of these properties and things. And so we're not um, living up to the standard in which we say that we would, but I just want you all to see how easy it is for us to be manipulated into that. Especially all those folks at Charlotte number two that are, taking up a house offering to have the air conditioning repaired. Don't do that. If now that you all know that that building is in the name of the CM Bailey Trust Fund and you've seen it, why don't you just ask Miss Mickey Bailey? Why don't you fix our air conditioning? That's if she's the beneficiary to that trust. And it's just ironic how she ran to the forefront, and wants to hurry up and gather this 25,000 bucks while the AC is out and while they're visiting, having services over at the mother house. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But I just want us to actually see what they're doing to us. You know what I mean? So that's why I really recommend it for members at Charlotte number two and also at the mother house to close their purses, and to sit down on the service. This is the death of corruption. So treat it like we're at a funeral. No hand clapping, no nothing, no shouting, no anything. That's my recommendation. That's how I believe you can show leaders that you are not um in cahoots with their mistreatment of us, because it's ultimately that they're mistreating us,
Oh,
they're
absolutely.
abusing us, so just think about that before we start giving towards this $25,000 money grab about what it's actually intended to do. So just Charlotte number two and also H Street as well. All of you who are named in this need to all pay attention to it. You know what I mean? Because it's not good. So
Not by a
just wanted to
long
throw
shot.
that out there.
And I'm glad you did. We're going to be covering that as well. It's coming up in some of the slides as
Solid.
we touch on the maintenance. And again, this is in order to show you all why we should not be involved in these different practices and why there's actual and real dangers of putting yourself in a situation where you may be answering some questions by some people who pull you into a room and now you're being questioned on camera. Okay. Being called, this is called a deposition, right? You don't want to be in that predicament because those types of
Oh yeah,
questioning can put you in a
absolutely.
position where you go from a deposition to go into a prison, right? So
Right.
hands off means, wait a minute, if I'm not sure and all this stuff is looking like it's going to get me burnt, well, then why should I continue? Okay.
Hmm.
And we're going to show you the activity that's been going on without the members knowing anything about it. Uh, Next slide, please.
Yes, sir. Let me
Mhm.
get there. Here we go. Let me know if it's off and I'll flip it back. This one's the wrong one.
Um,
I think
no,
so.
it's good. Yeah, we can go back to that last one, then this one.
Okay. Let me see what that one is too. Okay, solid. There we go.
Um, so, unpermitted distribution, passing out random consumer goods. This is going back to the pickup rallies, right?
Hmm.
Um, Foods or chemical household products via a paid game of chance. bypasses local consumer protection and health standards.
Mm,
Deepening the charitable solicitation fraud is the fact that the underlying issue, now, do y'all see how this is stating that this is a practice of fraud?
mhm,
Deepening the charitable solicitation fraud is the fact that the underlying issue remains entirely unchanged. So, for Mr. Cunningham to put a pause on raffles and tickets being printed, the underlying issue has not been changed. The issue is the lotteries that are being held
mhm.
illegally that constitutes illegal gambling throughout the entire organization across 26 states, including besides the District of Columbia.
Yeah,
The
it
money
just
generated from these, huh?
it just does away with the paper trail then, because that's what it
It
sounds like to
only,
me.
right. If there's no
But
raffle
it
tickets
don't
nowhere,
eliminate nothing.
right. Is it, well, who's doing that? We're not doing that. Now, what raffle tickets? There ain't no raffle tickets. That's what this is about.
Mhm,
But we all
mhm,
know for decades,
mhm,
this is what we've been doing. We see certain
mhm.
people Memorial Day weekend at the top of the escalator. You can't even
I
get
know
off the
I
escalator.
I
Huh?
was buying raffle tickets way before I knew what I was buying, and I never got nothing for one. I know I was good in kindergarten and preschool, taking dollars and paying for raffle tickets, and Lord, I don't know what for.
Some people don't even know if a raffle was actually held.
Hmm.
Okay.
Now I will say this: at Charlotte Mother House, I have actually seen them pull out the barrel years ago. Anyway, and they would, throw your tickets in there, and they would tumble them, and they would draw the name out, and they would have products set on the table. But shoot, for what? How many raffles they sold? Lord have mercy, it sure wasn't worth that one bag of groceries. You know. But yeah, I mean, I have actually seen a raffle actually be held and someone actually leave with the goods that were won from that raffle. So I have seen a raffle, but you know, I don't know if they still do it that way.
Oh yeah, and all over the place, right? Um, Many times it's the auxiliaries, sometimes it's just the individuals, but the entire thing is the fact that we've been operating an illegal lottery. Now,
Mm-hmm.
imagine going into the store and you see that plastic case. You got 1 through 48, and
Mm-hmm.
each number has a roll of different types of lottery tickets, right? Those
Mm-hmm.
scratch offs,
Mm-hmm.
right? This is what we've been doing all over the organization.
Right.
Okay. Uh, Let me see that last slide. Okay. Um, and you want to go back? Oh, never mind. The underlying issue um, remains entirely unchanged. The money generated from these picket rallies is still flowing into a DC incorporated entity that completely lacks a board of directors, right? Transparent
Mm-hmm.
ledgers, or an internal audit system. There's nobody verifying and confirming that anything is being done lawfully.
Mm-hmm.
We see things being done, but there's no one confirming or verifying that those things being done are legal.
Mm-hmm.
This is why you're supposed to have a board of directors. You hold them accountable to hold everybody else accountable,
Right.
right?
Instead of hitting us with this, you don't check us, we check ourselves. Basically, is what they're saying, right? Like,
Right.
well, what business do you have to question us to see if we're being honest?
Mm. Just so that they uh, continue to remain in a dictatorship position. And you're going to hear
Hmm.
and see this term come up also later. Now, it says using snacks instead of cash does not cure the fact that millions of dollars are being raised from church members nationally under total executive secrecy.
Mm.
Members don't know the millions and millions and millions of dollars being raised that you're not looking at, that you're not even aware of. The
Yeah.
next steps for the church members. Now look at this. The CEO's attempt to circumvent his initial shutdown order indicates that the administration prioritizes maintaining the continuous loop of unregulated internal funding over instead of true legal compliance. By pausing the
Mm-hmm.
raffles and saying that the rallies can continue to go on, all that shows is evidence that he cares more about the money coming in and not about following the law.
Mm-hmm. Yep, yep.
Okay. Uh, Next slide. Okay. So the short answer is no. This does not fix the legal matter if he says we can do pickup rallies, but not raffle tickets. Um, this compounds the legal violations. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So sorry, I was just laughing at this man. Lord have mercy.
It's
Ugh,
again, whoever's given this advice, it's bad.
it
Renaming the
is.
event to a pickup rally, stopping the printing of physical tickets. Um, and I think we covered this already. Yes, we did.
Okay.
Next. The new rally format explicitly meets all three criminal elements: consideration, chance, and the prize. The three elements, criminal elements. First, the consideration, the buy-in. Members are mandated to buy items, um, sodas, cleaning products to place on the table, or buy a physical ticket drawn from a bag to participate. Forcing a participant to expend money or buy consumer goods to enter a drawing constitutes legal consideration. First element of criminal activity. Pulling a ticket blindly out of a bag to determine who gets to walk up to the table is the definition of pure random chance. There is zero skill involved. Okay? The household items, snacks, and sodas on the table possess tangible retail value. A prize does not have to be cash. Any physical item of value satisfies this legal element. The reward is the element. Stopping ticket printing or hiding the raffle dates does not cloak the events in legality. Courts look at the actual mechanics of the event, not the vocabulary used to describe it. No matter how it's painted, it's still an illegal gambling ratchet. Now, the scenario that we were describing in the questions transitions this situation from a standard case of nonprofit mismanagement into systematic multi-state financial fraud, illegal banking, and severe labor law violations. This is talking about the selling on the yard. This is talking about the food being cooked in the stands, everything around the
Mm-hmm.
cafeterias and outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, tying a member's soul salvation,
Mm-hmm.
right, the resurrection program, to a
Mm-hmm.
mandatory financial quota, the G class report, forcing uncompensated labor, working in the cafeteria, right, on the yard, all the selling, any other type of work where you're getting G class instead of
Mm-hmm.
pay, you're getting G class credit, and bypassing standard accounting measures through a network of roaming ministers. Y'all know how the council come around and pick up the money, right? They always have somebody with them,
Mm-hmm.
two with one other man. A network of roaming ministers who collect off the books cash is entirely illegal. Cloaking these actions under the guise of a church program does not exempt them from federal or state laws. Here is exactly how these specific practices impact the law and worsen the organization's legal exposure. Severe tax fraud and off the books money laundering. By intentionally keeping the G Class program money separate from the church's normal accounting measures, whenever you raise house offering, whenever you have the Sunday school offering, um, whenever you have whatever in that normal standard financial portion of the service, that money comes in, it gets booked by the secretary, it gets counted, it gets put into a deposit bag, a bank deposit bag, and it gets deposited into the bank. There's a money trail.
Right.
The paper shows money came into the organization, it was deposited into the banking system, there's a receipt, therefore, everybody's happy.
Right.
Money's being deposited and things are being done legitimately.
Right. Uncle Sam don't like when they not able to um know
No,
what
sure.
you are doing
Yep.
and what exchanges of currency are being made. And it helps them, have an understanding of where, what state the economy is actually in,
Mm-hmm.
and so much that so many reasons as to why it's a requirement, you know. So
When you pay retail $15
hmm
for something at the mall, is your tax on that item going to be the same as something that you pay $20 for?
the percentage, yes, but no.
Right? The change, your tax is going to go up with the price.
hmm
$15, you got $15 worth of sales tax.
Right.
$20, you got $20 worth of sales tax.
Tax. Right.
It might fluctuate by maybe 18 cents,
hmm
but the government,
Right.
they don't
They
care because they're
always
18
want they
cents.
they want their cut.
They want that 18. Look,
All
better,
the top
you better
before
have
you
my dime,
even
my nickel,
listen.
and my three pennies. Go ahead.
Before the customer pay you, you have to have already in your mind been them paid Uncle Sam. Because soon as it hits your hand, you owe him.
Mm-hmm.
Before it's even owned by your business, you ultimately owe him. Before you can even pay your light bill.
Now,
You
this is
know.
why it matters.
Yeah.
Because when the council comes around in the yard and pick up cash, that money's not going to the secretary to go inside of a book to be counted by the
hmm
staff, the banking committee, to be deposited into the bank to get a receipt.
Right.
That money walks out with the council.
hmm
When
Mm-mm-mm.
we look at the love gift, all that money goes into brown paper bags. Some more money coming throughout that entire service, right? Also goes into brown paper bags and it goes right out that door.
hmm
The government, they did not get their 18 cents. They got a problem with that because that 18 cents adds up.
hmm
So when they don't know how much cash is in that bag that you're walking out the door with, when they don't know how much cash is in those bags that you're running out the back with, well, they got a problem with that because they cannot
Yep.
tax you for money that they don't know that you got.
hmm
in income. And so this is another issue that if we are involved in it by selling, and they're taking cash, but we getting credit that goes on our name at the end of the year, it's a problem because we're a part of a system of fraud. Um, Let me see that slide again.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Uh-oh. I was responding to a text. This one here, right? Because this it looks like a question.
Um, well, it's another one. So we'll catch up with.
That one, that one, that
Um,
one.
okay. So
I believe
IRS
it's
tax
wrong.
evasion.
Hmm.
Even though churches are generally exempt from filing an annual Form 990, they're strictly required by law, um, federal law, to maintain accurate, auditable books for all revenue. Collecting cash via ministers and issuing arbitrary internal receipts to bypass standard accounting is a textbook definition of tax evasion. This is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Aiding and abetting personal tax fraud is a problem for the members. If you're involved in doing this for them to get more money, you are aiding and abetting. Okay. Look at how this plays out. If members are told they can write off these out of pocket payments or ticket sales as tax deductible charitable donations, the church is exposing its own members to IRS audits. Now, for those of you who don't understand what that means, this is when
Mm-mm.
we take a check and we say, I want to buy $25 worth of tickets. And there's 52 weeks in a year. And let's say for, I don't know, 30 of those weeks, I wrote out different amounts. Give me 50, give me 100, give me 40. At the end of that year, if I claim all those checks as money that I gave to a charity, and I claim that on my taxes, that's fraudulent. If that gets tracked back, I'm now
Mm-mm.
aiding and abetting personal tax fraud
Mm-mm.
because that money was not just given to the charity. That money was given to the raffle, which was illegal.
Mm-hmm.
It was given to the rally, which was illegal. Let's take it
Illegal.
another step further. What about these auctions that Miss Mickey Bailey and Mr. Rodriguez
Rodriguez.
Burry, right?
Mm-hmm.
that they're having for shoes and ties and suits of these CEOs. And you say, oh, I got that bid. I won that bid. $1,500 got me a blessed suit. No, 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 no.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the year, you look at $1,500 went into the organization on G Class, and that money gets reported. You are aiding and abetting. How? Because your money is going to thieves who's
Mm-hmm.
taking that money and going out the back door and work that money in such a way where they don't have to pay taxes on it. You're
And this
helping.
is the work of the kingdom.
Yep. You
Mm-mm.
can be audited and they will find it. How much of this money was a donation to your charity that you call a House of Prayer for All People? That dollar bill, it better be correct. And it better be minus the $25 you put in for those raffle tickets, or the $30 you bought in rally tickets, or the 1,500 that you put towards that suit, right? You are a part of aiding and abetting personal tax fraud.
Mm-mm-mm.
especially when the Are You Aware has written on page 19 of the 2023 um, that the Love March is compensation to the bishop for his services to the organization. But if it's compensation, are you not supposed to be taxed on it? Yes. And you walk right out that door without reporting, right? Another way of aiding and abetting is when y'all write y'all those tithes checks to send into headquarters. Those tithes are not going through the banking system of the local houses. There is no paper trail on that. It's going straight to Portal Drive in the name of the bishop as your trustee. The instructions specifically from the Are You Aware is to not put it in the name of the house of prayer. Put it in the bishop's name as trustee. Why? Because that money goes into his hip pocket. And since you wrote a check and sent it by mail, now you can get hit with mail fraud and illegal uh, wiring as well, money transfers and wiring. Donations funded by selling tickets, food, or products are not legally tax deductible because a commercial exchange took place. An audit will expose that. All of it is wrong. The structuring of cash, having ministers physically travel to pick up cash rather than utilizing standard bank deposits, is often a deliberate tactic used to avoid bank anti money laundering triggers such as currency transaction reports for cash deposits over $10,000. So it's used to avoid bank anti money laundering triggers, anti money laundering regulations, policies, procedures to catch people trying to launder their money. Exploitative labor law violations. This is where the people who's working in these kitchens and whatever else, instead of paying them, you're giving them G class credit. That's called exploitation. You're exploiting those members to get money out of them. It's the same thing when you tell the people to write testimonies and you send your testimonies in, and they take the testimonies and they doctor them up to make the bishops look good. And then they take it and they put it inside of a magazine so that they can now sell your testimony inside that magazine, but you don't get anything out of it. That is called exploit.
Wow.
So now they're making money off of the testimonies of the members of the organization. There's so many
Mm-mm-mm.
gimmicks inside the system. Forcing
Mhm.
or coercing members to work in a cafeteria or run food stands to earn G class credit toward a financial spiritual quota violates federal and state labor laws.
Mhm.
Well, let's see how. Illegal scrip and credit systems. The U.S. Department of Labor, the DOL, strictly prohibits employers, including nonprofits and churches, from replacing legal currency with internal credits or points to pay for labor. So instead of me giving you a pay, I'm telling you, well, everything you get, don't worry about it. We got you covered. You're going to get G class. We're going to give you credit on your G class. You just robbed us.
Illegal.
Huh?
Illegal.
Illegal. It's called labor theft,
Mhm.
theft of goods or services. You're not stealing by taking a good and not paying for it. You're stealing by taking a service that's been provided and now you're not paying
Right.
for the service. Coerced nonprofit volunteering. While church members can freely volunteer for purely religious or charitable activities, they cannot legally volunteer for commercial operations like a cafeteria or food stand that charges money when that labor is tied to an explicit financial quota or credit system.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So that means you can't work in the cafeteria for G class credit.
Not at all.
Uh-oh. So what does that mean for the workers of the United House of Prayer? Any of my family members or anybody that I've ever seen or that we all see working in a kitchen in the United House of Prayer that we all know work for G class and not for a salary where they get 401k options and health care benefits.
What
Uh-huh.
what
So you mean to tell me that they are not allowed to do that anymore? They never were allowed to, but it's all been illegal. Is that what you please
what it
tell me that's not what you're
means
saying?
is not the members are in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
It means the leaders are in trouble. And
Okay. So we
for
got some clarity there.
the members can now sue for back wages for all the
Oh
times they worked and did not get paid.
my goodness. If I was a member, I would be happy to hear that, to know that this organization owes you for all of that hard work that they have stolen time from you. Like that's illegal. They have
Everything.
to pay you.
You got not a thing. You got credit for money that went towards a system inside an organization that's been geared to enrich the leadership. You can sue the leaders
Mhm. That's
or the
right.
organization. Now, the court will
So,
hold the leaders accountable, but for every single day and every single hour that an individual worked in a kitchen or on a yard or in a parking lot or anything at all that they receive G class credit instead of payment, it's called theft of goods and services. It's coerced. Here's another term: nonprofit volunteering. So in the military, Golden Boy, the military will
mhm.
volunteer people for things, right?
Yeah, you be voluntold.
Right? You're voluntold. But
Right.
civilian life, nobody has the authority that the government has.
Hmm.
They can't volunteer you for anything. But in our
Right.
organization, you're coerced
Hmm.
to volunteer by giving your services. And in exchange for your time and your effort and your energy, we're going to give you G class credit,
Are you
which is,
coerced or are you forced? Because uh I was always told you gotta do this.
well, that's coercion
Oh, okay.
because you're not being left mentally with an option in the matter.
Hmm.
Legally, we're adults. People say, well, no, we choose to do what we're doing. They ain't making us do this. They ain't making us do that. We choose to do what we're doing. We choose to give it this money. We choose to. No, you're not. You're
Not as a
coerced
kid.
into doing it. You're doing it because uh, people write names of all the members who didn't pay
Yeah.
this, all the members who was late paying that, and they put names up on a
Hmm.
board to make them feel guilty or to humiliate them or shame them or embarrass them. That's coercion. They're using
Yeah,
coercive
I got you.
practices, right? And for those of you out there who didn't understand, uh, sometimes with those questions that Golden Boy is asking, that's a pitch, and I'm just going to add a lot of detail, make sure everybody understanding. But the minimum wage and overtime violations, because the church is functioning as a commercial enterprise in these instances, failing to pay actual minimum wage in US dollars and failing to withhold payroll taxes, FICA, Social Security, constitutes severe systemic wage theft.
Hmm.
Well,
We
now,
just said that the other night too. Jokingly, we said on live, uh-oh, no FICA. That's what
right,
we're talking about right there.
right. And see, with that in mind, you're stealing from government too,
Hmm.
because now they can't get their income tax out of the wages being paid to these employees, which have been cunningly called volunteers, right?
That's part
So,
of how they're gonna get their money back. You have to pay them folk their wages so they can tax them.
right. And look at the problem with the overtime. If you're not being if you're not tracking how much time you're putting in there, some people don't realize they've been putting on for 40 hours, your
Mm-hmm.
old time and a half,
Mm-hmm.
right? Unlicensed commercial food sales and public health violations is another big one. Allowing members to set up tables to sell homemade foods or desserts to the public or the congregation to fund their G class reports violates strict local and state
Mm-hmm.
health ordinances. Why is it a violation? Because you don't know if the person has COVID
Mm-hmm.
and they coughing and they sneeze or whatever. Now, we're not trying to make the members of House of Prayer look bad. This is everywhere. Anybody selling anything. This is why now
Mm-hmm.
you don't see little children on the sidewalk selling lemonade anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see children selling brownies anymore. You can't just bake something at home and sell it to the public because there's no
Mm-hmm.
longer any laws that allow for that. You become a risk to society because your food has not been inspected or you have not been trained in order to properly not just cook, but to package it.
Handle.
Sometimes people getting food-borne sick or uh, food allergies or
Right.
illnesses. There's food-borne um, um, viruses as well because your food might be sitting out in the heat, wrapped up in aluminum foil or wrapped up in saran wrap, but it's not packaged properly to keep air from circulating in and out and allowing small particles of bacteria to grow. And now somebody who's getting sick from your food, it's not because you don't know how to cook, you don't know what you're doing when you cook, but because of the conditions that that food is sitting out in the sun or whatever, growing bacteria. Even if you take it for one day, you baked it Monday and you're selling it again on Tuesday night without properly storing it, you are a hazard to society. This is why anybody knows anything about fast food. You can't take fast food that you cooked the night before and sell it the next day. You have to take that food and it has to go through rigorous um, um, storage plans so that that food can be evaluated or inspected. Some food you can, other food you can't. For food that's been sitting for 2 hours or longer, that food has to be tossed. You have to log it so that they keep that transaction on the books so that they know how much food was tossed out. But we're not doing all those things, which is why it becomes a commercial, unlicensed commercial food sales and public health violation. All of these uh, food facilities are commercialized. And as a result of that, they have to have licensing. You have to have food handling classes. You have to have food storage classes. You have to have food keeping on the hot table or the cold table. You have to know how to keep it. And anybody that's had seafood or certain types of vegetables that's been sitting too long, yeah, y'all would have had lawsuits had you known all these things. But this is why it's a problem for the members. Um, Next slide, please. And I'm going to go a
Is
little
that the
bit.
right one? Is that the right one?
Yes.
Okay,
Um,
solid.
and I actually put in some things that showed that I was a pastor and what would be the problems for me if I continued in these courses of actions, right? So, one thing we're going to see is here as a pastor, your insight into the mechanics of these state assessments and travel demands confirms a severe and systemic violation of federal tax law. This setup is completely illegal. Now, what are we talking about here? State assessments. For a chairman to tell you how much money as a pastor your congregation has to raise in state assessments so that we have the money to pay for state event expenses is completely illegal. And it exposes the CEO and the organization to immediate IRS intervention and criminal prosecution. The state assessment program opens up the
Wee.
organization for criminal prosecution,
That's heavy there, Doc.
right?
That's weighty.
Yes. You're telling the members
Mm-hmm.
they have to raise money for you to take and spend it however you see fit for the CEO to come into your state who's already having the members march down the aisles to pay him compensation for his services to the organization. But those same members got to raise more money for rental cars for the entourage. They got to raise more money for hotels for him and the entourage. Even himself personally, you can't make the members pay for your hotel. You can't make the members pay for
Mm-hmm.
your car. It's called
Mm-hmm.
excessive benefit. We're going to come to that in a moment. But using church mandates to squeeze mandatory cash out of local pastors, completely disconnected from the nonprofit's actual mission. The mission is not to take care of the CEO when he travels into your state by making sure that he has the best of food, the best of lodging, the best of travel. That's not your mission.
Mm-hmm.
Disconnected from the nonprofit's actual mission presents massive legal crisis under the Internal Revenue Code. Fraudulent divergence from the charitable purpose. When an organization obtains 501c3 status, it enters a binding legal contract with the federal government. The organization is contracted with the feds under the 501c3. Its revenue
Mm-hmm.
must only be used to advance its stated exempt purpose, which you noted is to establish, erect, and maintain church buildings. That's the
Mm-hmm.
purpose. Not to build condominiums, not to build homes in the honor of the deceased leaders, not to have all this
Mm-hmm.
stuff in the names of these people who've died and going on. And you're lying
Mm-hmm.
and manipulating the people into thinking that you're spending this money for the best interest of the people of the organization. It is a fall down, all out lie.
Mm-hmm.
The bait and switch. Legally,
Yep.
if 100% of regular tithes or any other made up fund are supposed to maintain the buildings like G Class, but the church must host constant special programs just to keep the lights on, the core
Mm-hmm.
revenue is being diverted. In other words, this is talking about the birthday rallies. And other slides are going to talk about this too. The birthday rallies as well as state assessments, because state assessments is extra money that they're asking for the congregations for. They're telling you to give extra. You already paid in the house offering. You already paid Sunday school. You already paid fast sacrifice, table club, um, back the attack, board report, all these made up names for all these different offerings. That's the bait and switch. All these special programs that they're telling you, well, we're raising money for this, and we're raising money for this, and we're raising money for this. But you never see the this.
Mm-hmm.
You never see the money going towards the this. You never see a receipt that
Mm-hmm.
money went towards the this. Operating for a private purpose. If the mandatory state assessments are explicitly designed to fund a human being's luxury lifestyle, rather than structural church maintenance, the organization is no longer operating for its approved tax exempt purpose. This is grounds for the automatic, retroactive revocation of the church's tax status, meaning it's
Mm-hmm.
retroactive back to the
Mm-hmm.
very date that you became tax exempt. They will tax you all the way back to that date for every single dime that's on the books. Now,
Can
the
someone please put in the chat 1960? Can we please put the year 1960
Ooh,
in the chat? Do you all know that we became a tax exempt organization in 1960? And retroactive means back more than what, 80 years?
Hmm.
Sheesh.
Right?
That's a heavy, 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 heavy,
Now, here's your problem.
heavy thing.
Here's a bigger problem. What the
My
members don't
goodness.
know is that your chairmans and district chairmans have been stealing too.
Mm,
Because when they
mm,
give you all these amounts for state assessments, who is it that
hmm.
come up with those amounts? Not the people.
Somebody like my cousin Apostle White down at the Charlotte Mother House.
So they come up with an amount saying, well, we need to pay for this, we need to pay for this, we need to pay for this, we need. So when the bishop come, we got to have the food ready, we got to have his mansion cleaned, we have to have this ready, the yard work, the bushes got to be trimmed, the hedges got to be cut, we got to check the light. Okay, all this stuff. And even when it comes to the trash, I remember one year, Charlotte, the weekend, the electric bill came to a little over, if I'm not mistaken, $7,000 or $8,000 for the electricity just for that weekend for convocation. The chairman at the time, Apostle Gibson, went to the council to let them know that the state assessments did not cover it, and he wanted
Hmm.
to seek additional funding for the light bill.
Hmm.
Well, the conversation was around that. And then he had to give a breakdown. And a part of another expense that he didn't bring up or add was the dumping of the dumpster. There was a dumpster that was placed in the middle of the parking lot. And for that
Hmm.
dumpster to be dumped, it cost $50 per load each time it's full.
Hmm.
Members didn't know this. Now, the problem is this: all the money coming into the organization for tithes is supposed to
Hmm.
go to the maintenance of the organization. That means the
Hmm.
light bills. That means the dumping of the trash. It means whatever it
Yep.
is.
Yep.
The CEO coming to travel. Okay, it's inside the organization's bank account because we've already paid tithes.
Tides, right.
The offerings are your special hand wrapped fraudulent programs for them to get more money. But even tithes is a fraud because we're not supposed to be paying tithes according to scripture. And the tithes have been going into the pockets of the leaders because they know, according to scripture, the tithes was used to take care of the priests. Now, some
Hmm.
tithes was also used to take care of people in need, which is why during the furlough, Mr. Cunningham should have just opened up the tithes vault,
Right.
right? We shouldn't have to be raising money and have the members raise more money whenever the people are in need. That's what the tithes also goes towards.
Hmm.
And if you say that the tithes is going towards the building of the organization, okay, I get that. I hear that. And I heard it since I was a child. It goes towards the
Hmm.
spreading of the gospel. Okay. So if that's the case, why are we always thanking the members for your sacrifices in the G class program, which goes towards the building of the kingdom? Now, which one is it? Is it the tithes that goes towards the building of the kingdom, or is it the convocation G class that goes towards the building of the kingdom? I
Right.
say it's neither. I say
Hmm.
it's just a compilation of money going inside of a purse that they're digging their hands in anytime they want, because there's
Hmm.
literally no transparency,
Transparency. Yeah.
right? Now, with that in mind, let's look a little further at what else some of this fraudulent activity has been doing for the members of the organization. Okay, so
Is that the one there?
yes, sir.
Got
Commercial
it.
and cottage food laws. While many states allow small cottage food sales, like home baked goods at a casual bake sale, right? Meaning you have 10 or 15 pieces of here, whatever. It's a small group of people. It's a small sales table because it's meant to put on the table for the little handful of people to buy it right now, eat it right now. But we're not going to come back 2 days later, convocation on Thursday night, and we selling same food that we cooked on Wednesday on Saturday, especially if we didn't sell because you got hot dogs over here, chili dogs over there, hot links over here, half smokes back there, ribs over here, shrimp being grilled over there. You got seafood salad over here. And now you got the big deli style salads over here. All these different tables with Italian ice, uh, everything you can imagine. Cotton candy stands. I told y'all before about the Wilhelmina Punch. But now the seafood salad is not getting sold, not all of it on Thursday night. Some of the seafood salad got to go in the fridge or in the cooler. We'll bring it back out on Friday. Well, on Saturday, we got 18 cups of this left. And I'm not going to waste it because I spent too much money on it. No, I'm going to bring that back out. We're going to sell that. I took it out of the refrigerator. But little do we know that some of the people who's handling these types of products don't understand that seafood can literally go bad if it's not stored properly. And if you eat it, it will twist knots inside your stomach and cause all types of problems, including severe problems, which is why it goes against the law because we have to have food handling classes and be certified. That's those little teeny tiny frames in the restaurants where they have their license and their certificates for food handling and food sales. It's important. We pay no attention to it, but it's important. It's for that reason. So small sales like that is okay because people just going to pick it up, buy it, $2. I'm going to eat it. It's only 15 brownies here. We're not going to save these for 3 days from now. So it's allowed on that small scale. They strictly prohibit the unregulated sale of hot meals or perishable items without a commercial kitchen license, food handler permits, and local health department inspections. Now, I don't know the last time our cafeterias have been inspected, but somebody has to answer to somebody because if you check some of the cafeterias, you're going to find caked up grease in different places. And grease is notorious for attracting insects and rodents. And if they're not cleaning properly, which we know that cafeterias around the country, around the world, restaurants everywhere have a problem when it comes to cleaning. Even if you clean the floor and the countertops and the tables and the cookware, the equipment, most people forget about the grease traps on the floor and they forget about the vents. So when condensation rises, if you're not cleaning the vents and that condensation builds up in the vent and now that's dripping, people, listen, I don't want to disgust you. My point is it's serious business. Anyway, sales tax collection, selling food and desserts as a commercial transaction, operating a recurring marketplace on church property without collecting or remitting state and local sales tax is a distinct financial crime. Okay? It's a crime. Now, spiritual extortion and coercion with undue influence, that's a major thing here. From a legal standpoint, telling vulnerable church members that they must give out of pocket cash or perform free labor to work out their soul salvation can cross the line into undue influence, extortion, and consumer fraud. When a leadership figure leverages deep spiritual authority to enforce artificial financial quotas, the G class report, under the threat of spiritual damnation, right? You're not going to make it in if you don't have a G class number. How many of you have heard that before? When they're threatened, the members are threatened of spiritual damnation or excommunication while actively hiding where those millions of dollars actually go, courts and attorney generals view it as a predatory scheme designed to strip the members of their assets. When the people don't know where the money is going, but yet the people are obligated. If y'all remember, there was a speech that Mr. Cunningham gave about 3.5 weeks ago, where in the speech he said, um, members don't want to work on an auxiliary, don't want to be a president, don't want to be an officer,
That's what he
don't want to
said.
don't want to that. And then he said something that most members did not catch. People don't want to do this and stick to your obligations.
Mhm. Obligation.
Obligations. Who obligated me to come and pour all this money and my time and my energy into this organization that's supposed to be free will?
Hmm.
Y'all know where the obligation came from? The CEOs, the bishops, who wrote the books, and they call them laws,
Auxiliary by law.
auxiliary bylaws, right? And what does it say in the auxiliary bylaw? Officers should pay tithes and offerings and work with
Must,
the G class program. Does it
must.
say they should? They
Not.
must.
Hmm.
Must. Which is why another rule by the bishop is each member should work on at least one auxiliary.
Hmm.
So when Mr. Cunningham tells people, anybody want to join the house of prayer, come on down. We don't ask you for no bank account information. We don't
Hmm.
charge. We don't. There'll be no fee for joining, becoming a member. No, the fee is after you get on the club.
Hmm. I was about to say it's a fee to remain a respected member because you got to be on the auxiliary and you got to pay that doggone weekly fee every time y'all meet or whatever,
Right?
you know. So,
You don't believe it? Ask the elders. The elders are
mhm.
threatened almost year round, year in and year out. If you don't do X, we're gonna hold your letter. The elders have been threatened for decades and make them to do this, do this, do this, do this. Always threatened, oh, take their letter, take their letter. Well, now it's been so bad that young men don't want to become elders because they recognize, looking around the organization, elders and pastors are getting kicked around and dumped on by councilmen, by chairmen, and by district chairmen. And now the
And
people don't respect them. Go ahead.
uh, this younger generation, they not slow, they not stupid, and they not dumb.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's got these leaders, you know, I'ma just say these leaders got these young folk messed up
Right.
because they are not so much with the program as one would think. They have learned at a young age to think for themselves, and considering the fact that they are younger and haven't seen the world in the state that us older folk have seen it in, they coming at it completely different. They have
Mm-hmm.
a completely different way about going, you know, a way of going about things, you know. So like, and you can't blame them for not having been present. They're doing the best that they can, just like we are. And so, being that they are the future, you have to facilitate what's being birthed through them and then transfer as much knowledge as you can along the way. But, you know, it's not quite going that way. So,
Mm-mm. And like you said, more and more are seeing for themselves what's going on. What
yeah.
they never banked on is the young people going to school and beginning to think for themselves.
Hmm.
And when they look around and hear, to be on the band is one thing, but to be on the
Hmm.
band while the organization is making money off of you is something entirely different.
Hmm.
To be on the choir is one thing, but to be on the choir while the organization making money off of you is something entirely different. The bands and the
Right.
choirs are what's used to pump money out of the member's pocket in every single
Hmm.
service that the leaders are in, even when they're not there. Why do y'all think every single program, what are people doing? They're inviting bands and choirs.
The band members say that they were taught if you can entertain them, you can train them. And the band members that I've spoken to that have woken up said that they understood that they were the cash cow, the cash producer, and that
Hmm.
all the money was going into the hands of the leaders up front. They weren't getting a dime. And then when they have issues, they don't get any help. And then when they're strung out on drugs, they get beat up and then they get shunned and then they get, they try to leave, but then they come back because this is all they know. And then it's a world of back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then they're not even able to use their talent to be able to provide substance to be able to feed their children or their grandchildren.
And that's what he just described is what you're looking at: spiritual extortion and coercion. It's undue influence because the members are being influenced to do all these things because of a spiritual fear placed on them by the manipulation of the leaders, right? And we're going to see this also coming up tonight. Um, so, for the band members to play, what? Listen, why do y'all think Mr. Cunningham said in Columbia, South Carolina? I think it was. It was. Uh, and he said, "Thank you, Father." He said, "All the choirs that sung today that are not on program tonight are going to be on program tonight." And then he sat back and looked at the people, and they hollering and yelling. He said, "What? Don't be upset. All of y'all don't talk about how long the service is going to be. I remember back in the day, Mr. McCullough, we'd be in service, be 20 selections." He said, "It's my party." Think about this. Every member of the house of prayer, think about this a moment. What's happening in between every choir selection?
Ooh wee. Because this is what the band members said that the members don't see. They said that they see it, but the members do not because the band, their job is to distract you while certain things are going on, get you in a trance like state where you won't remember what's going on around you, which is why we talked about taking up on that presence ba when you're conjuring the spirit of baba using the name daddy or dada or dad 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 dad, you know, how that sends you into a trance-like state, but there's something that's going on during that time and there's a reason for it. So great way to kind of bring that up because we have been touching on that throughout the last week or two.
Well, now, besides that, what you just mentioned, in between every choir selection, bands,
Mm-hmm.
right? And after the bands,
Mm-hmm.
what happens next? Another choir.
Mm-hmm.
But what else is on the floor besides the bands and the choirs?
I know. Mm-hmm.
Little girls dressed in white and red.
Mm-hmm.
And every choir selection or solo, what's happening while they're singing? Little girls are walking up and down the aisle.
Yeah.
Also, bands are passing money up. So here's what we need to understand: short program means a little bit of money, long program, more money. People are not going to stop giving while there's another song being sung.
Right.
So one song turns into two. Get another selection. Why? Because more money going to come down the aisle. Bands are being used to generate Choirs are being used to generate. Not only that, we used to talk about CD sales, right? They're getting nothing for that. DVD sales, they're getting nothing for that. These productions. This is also commercial marketing, digital artistry, theft. These other laws that we're talking about, you're being robbed blind. All of that income, just like the members being exploited for their testimonies, bands and choirs are being exploited from the money that the organization has been making off of you, as well as the members being exploited because just like a studio audience on live TV, y'all know how TV had the game shows. How many people would be watching these game shows if there was no audience in the background? If there was no applause, if there was no laughter, ha 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 ha, ha, that TV show would die. It would be
Mm-hmm.
dead if you don't hear an audience in the back. By the crowds being there and cheering on and being recorded, digitally recordings being sold, even the crowds are being exploited, which is why when you go to Oprah or Steve Harvey or these game shows back in the day, Oprah used to be famous for inviting, right? The talk shows, inviting. I believe I went to the Dog Pound, Arsenio Hall show, um, uh, and Sinbad had a ball, but you have to sign paperwork. Their talk show, you have to sign paperwork to give them the permission to record you because they're going to make money off of that recording. What we're talking about here, all of these laws has to do with money and people being exploited or extorted or coerced into believing in these men so they can take money, time, energy, effort away from the members of the house of prayer, which is why it says at the end, at the bottom, courts and attorneys generally view it as a predatory scheme designed to strip individuals of their assets. Everything in here is designed to take your time, your money, and your energy. Your energy to create money while you get nothing. Let's go to that next slide.
That one or this one, or just let me know. I know we did that one already,
Um,
but this was the next one.
okay,
Yeah. But I mean, it's still others, so it might have actually put them up.
no problem. Now, this one is regarding the birthday rally. Look at this one, severe IRS violations identified in the text, talking about birthday rallies, a private annulment, and executive self deification. Okay, so he's identifying himself as a deity, as a god, right? The issue, the text officially titles the executive Addie Cunningham and his spouse, First Lady Cunningham. While religious titles are protected under the First Amendment, the IRS looks at the economic reality of family dominated control. The risk is when a nonprofit operates under an unvoted dictatorial family dynasty where the leader is referred to as daddy in official corporate financial literature, it signals to IRS auditors that the organization is being run as a private, personal fiefdom rather than a public charitable trust. The personal donation trap, fraudulent commingling of funds, pooling the money together. The issue, the letters boasts. Oh, wait a minute, I just remembered. Talking about pooling money together. I said that
Hmm.
district chairman and chairman is also stealing from the people too. in the state assessments. The people don't come up with those amounts. District chairmen,
Oh, right, right, right.
right? They give you, as a pastor, how much money I need from your congregation for them to raise. No question. You, as a pastor, must raise that money. So you go back to the members. Y'all know what we got to do, people. Y'all know what we got to do, members. Coercion, what we have to do,
Mm-hmm.
our obligation, right? Coercion to raise more when the money is already supposed to be there. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so you don't have anything to do with that pot. So a chairman might be given the amount and look at the totals, say, well, I need for his visit to the state, I need $4,800. And I can split it up between the houses in the state to get that. But instead of giving houses a breakdown of $4,800, they say, nah, I'm going to get $5,800. And that's another $1,000 that they get to keep because it's only going to be $4,800 to pay for the expenses. Sometimes it's more than that because the houses in the state don't know how much money is needed for the expenses because nobody is being shown any receipts. Nobody's being
Mm-hmm.
shown any paperwork. So
Right.
the members are literally paying more money and they don't realize some of the chairmen and district chairmen, they take the money off the top. This is money for their hotel.
Mm-hmm.
It's money for gas. It's money for whatever they want because it's just free money coming in that nobody is verifying or confirming what this money is for, where this money is going, how the money is being spent, how much money is on hand. This has
Would that be
literally,
why, could that be part of the reason why members would be reporting to me that, or in alleging that Apostle Howe said that years ago anyway, that he didn't care if gas got to be $10 a gallon. He'll always be able to afford it because he would never, maybe he was just never the one paying for it.
well, I mean, you're onto something.
Potentially.
Yeah, a lot of the states don't understand the chairmen are the ones over all of this money raising, right?
Hmm.
And again, there's no breakdown of anything. There's no uh, uh, validating of anything. There's no confirming of anything. There's no verifying anything. There's no showing of anything. It is a literal free for all. And this is why, even though pastors have gotten caught for stealing, money has disappeared here and there, the other. But you never, even though one of the law books says that anybody doing certain things with the books or the money, they will be pursued um, in the outside court in a civil matter. But you never
Any
sue,
member suspected of a crime is what it actually say.
huh?
It says any member suspected of a crime that you'll be reported to the authorities.
Um, yeah, that law is shall not be spared, right? But
Hmm.
there's a specific law
Hmm.
for the secretaries, elders, and pastors that if any of them, if it's found or
Mm.
discovered that they've done something with the bookkeeping or the money, that they will be pursued in a civil matter. Now, most of the members don't
Mm.
understand what that language is. What it's saying is, we're going to take you to court, we're going to sue you.
Hmm.
But at the same token, on the flip side, the same CEOs, the bishops, tell the members, don't take the house of prayer to outside court. Seek to have it resolved in here first before you go out there,
Hmm.
right? Why? But if you think about this, they never take anybody to court, not the pastors, not the secretaries out there. They never sue them out there. And the reason is because they know that pastors, councilmen, some secretaries know that there's so much theft going on in here. It is completely insane. Why is it that when the council comes to the state, they take over the cash register in the kitchen? Why for that week do you have to have a councilman on the cash register? Why suddenly do the prices increase when they come in that week? Why do the prices increase and they're going around to collect the money? See, again, our members don't understand the system. So when you're looking at this, this shows private enormement and executive self deification. Enormment is where you're taking money and you're spending it like it's yours. The self benefit. You're using the funds of the organization that's a nonprofit for yourself, your personal benefit. Um, when it comes to the personal donation trap, the letter that Mr. Cunningham wrote about birthday rallies, the letter boasts that Daddy Cunningham generously donated significant sums of personal funds to the top three houses. In some instances, these donations matched the total amount raised. Okay. Now, the problem here, let me let you see. Uh, let's look at the next slide. Now, the problem here is this. AI said, well, where did Daddy's personal millions come from? If the CEO has enough personal funds to casually match the total amount raised by entire multi state congregations, it proves his personal wealth is derived directly from the church's undocumented cash marches, the Love March, love gifts, and bus seat fees, along with bus love gifts. The bus seat fees, I haven't even touched on yet. We're not going to talk about that tonight. But what it's talking about is, quite frankly, an illegal bus chartering service. We're not licensed to run a chartering service, so we should not be charging seats. Now, the kickback incentive system of 501c3 CEO, they can't legally use personal cash to incentivize or reward, give an incentive, incentivize, or reward subordinate pastors and congregations for hitting high volume fundraising targets. Whoever's on top, I will match their. No, that's illegal. You can't do that. This creates an unapproved, unbudgeted commercial sales incentive hierarchy that bypasses standard nonprofit accounting. It's the same thing. Well, since we're talking about the G class program, it's the same thing. How is it fair? How is it fair for the bishop to give a house, one club, let's say their band, got 48 members. If they all on Addie's club when I get back, I'll give all of them a floor. 48 members. That's an additional $24,000 on that club. Their choir, I come back, they got how many? 50 members. I'll give all of them a floor if they all get on the club. That's $25,000 extra. Extra. Now you're looking at $49,000 between them that did not come out of the congregation's pocket. It came from the bishop. So should that money be counted in their year-end totals towards the G-class competition? And how's it fair for them to get 24 on one, or 48 members to get $500 each, and for 50 members to get $500 each in that one congregation, but this little house over here get nothing. How's that fair? The whole organization is in competition with one another, according to the G class program. But some houses get money from the bishops, other houses get nothing from the bishops. How is this fair? Mm-mm. The whole thing is illegal. It is an illegal gambling ratchet. So the raffles and the rallies, those are illegal lotteries because we're not permitted or licensed to have those raffles or rallies. So he had to stop them. And now, because we're talking about the entire G class program structure being illegal, you may be hearing about that. The fact that we've talked about some of the issues with the food on the yards being sold outside and collected by council, you may be hearing about that. Till further notice, we're going to this. Till further notice, we're going to stop this. Individuals working in the cafeterias for G class credit. Now it's illegal. Now you know. When it comes to, matter of fact, let's go to the next slides. We'll get ready to close out um, because we're going to talk about a few more issues and you're going to be surprised at what comes up. The core legal conflict, fraudulent deviation from charitable purpose. The organization's DC charter and 501c3 tax exempt status are granted based on a binding legal contract with the government. All untaxed revenue collected from the public must be used to advance the stated mission, building and maintaining churches. Now, the admission of non-performance. The letter explicitly states that Mr. Cunningham wrote that the CEO created a new mandatory birthday rally, now transitioning into a birthday battle because the central organization is refusing to use its main treasury to pay for local utility bills, maintenance, repairs, and daily operational costs. Boom, illegal. If the Constitution, and this is what you were talking about, Golden Boy, if the Constitution stipulates plainly that the purpose of the organization is to establish, erect, and maintain houses of prayer, then the organization is supposed to be paying for the utility bills. The
Mm-hmm.
organization is supposed to be paying for the maintenance. They're supposed to be paying
Mm-hmm.
for the repairs, and they're supposed to be paying for the daily operating costs. And the members shouldn't be paying one dime.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't be paying for state assessments. You shouldn't be paying for no chairman's travel. You shouldn't be paying for no representative travel. You shouldn't be paying for the members of the organization to go to DC as a delegate to the General Assembly.
Mm-hmm.
All of that is supposed to be coming out of the headquarters because all this money going into headquarters is coming from the very same people that you're telling to give more money. It is an
Mm-hmm.
admission of non performance. The CEO is admitting that I'm not doing that. We're not paying y'all's bills. You
Mm-hmm.
crazy. We're not taking care of that maintenance. Why do y'all think so many houses of prayers air conditioning units are broken? Their heating
Mm-hmm.
units are broken. Y'all be surprised how many houses of prayers right now all over the organization has box fans sitting on them.
That's Portland right there. They need a
Damaged
new
roof,
roof. They got
wear and tear from
vegetation growing up out of their roof out in Portland, and the organization is going to be responsible for replacing that, not the members. And
right.
that's the part that's important for us to understand is that it is it's the organization, but they keep passing the buck off to us, and we're not holding them accountable either, but
Because the
you
members
know
didn't know that they need to be holding them accountable.
yeah, yeah. So that's why this is so good because and that's why I keep calling it too. Um, you know, death of corruption and that we should treat it like a funeral when we're in service is because like um we have to show them that we're not in agreement with, certain actions. So,
And until you show them that you're not in agreement, they're just going to keep right on doing it because nothing is happening to them. They're
mm-hmm,
sitting now on piles and piles and stockpiles of cash,
mm-hmm,
and they boast about it. Mr. Cunningham said not too long ago, Mr. McCullough, back in the, I remember he said the well is so deep, he ain't even touch Mr. Grace money. Okay, you're saying all that. So why are you coming up with a birthday rally
mm-hmm,
for the members to raise more money to take care of maintaining the local congregations or the buildings that
mm-hmm,
they're in? Why are you telling people to pay $25 to go outside their home and walk around the block?
mm-hmm,
And we're going to leave that in y'all's treasury for y'all to use. Where is the money that you, as the CEO, are supposed to be managing as
mm-hmm,
you pay out for these expenses that are supposed to be incurred by the people normally according to the law of the land? You have all these buildings, of course, there's going to be an expense. That's why people are giving money. You said that our purpose is to establish, build, and maintain,
mm-hmm,
not to build condominiums, housing complexes, retail shopping center, all that other stuff. That's nowhere in the Constitution. So why are we
mm-hmm,
not maintaining the houses of prayers where the people are gathering together to give the money? Because every house of prayer is a cash cow, just like bands are being treated as a cash cow in the choirs. The house of prayer is just a bigger one. That's where the money comes out of. So as long as money is coming out, they don't care about the maintenance of the building and
right,
cafeterias, kitchen equipment falling apart. You
right,
have, I'm gonna say this, I hope y'all catch on to what I'm saying. You have mechanics, but the vehicles are not being fixed. How do you have mechanics, but the vehicle's not being fixed? But yet there's pink slips that we got all this mechanic work being done all the time.
mm-hmm.
Vehicle not being fixed though.
When I worked at the Boeing Airplane Company, they called that stealing time.
They
And if
took
you stole more than 3 minutes, you were terminated on the spot.
right
Mm-hmm,
because the house of prayer is the vehicle.
mm-hmm,
The house of prayer is the vehicle,
mm-hmm,
but the mechanics aren't fixing the vehicles.
mm-hmm.
But there's all kinds of bills that the mechanics getting paid for to
Right.
pay for the services of fixing the vehicles.
Yep.
Okay. So, people, it's time to wake up.
Mm-hmm.
This is an
For
admission when this
sure.
never went out, right? Refusing to use its main treasury. I'm not paying for that. What are you calling me for to pay your bills? No, these aren't our bills. These are your bills. These are organization wide bills because it's in the Constitution. Look
Mm-hmm.
at the conflict. If the organization's legal purpose is to maintain local churches, but the CEO forces local members to raise extra money through continuous rallies just to keep the lights on and fix the roofs, the central organization is failing to execute its approved tax exempt purpose. The central treasury is absorbing multi-million dollar tithes while abandoning the physical buildings to the financial burden of the local members. But it's not just tithes. They're absorbing the tithes, they're absorbing the Addie's clubs, they're absorbing the um, love gifts, they're absorbing the assessments, they're absorbing any single offering that you can mention, that you can think of, right? And look at the next slide. Um, Wait a minute.
That one. Oh, wait.
Let me personal donation trap. Okay, we covered that.
We got this one. We
The
just did
organization
too.
duties. Okay, we just covered this.
Yeah. And then this one, I think we skipped over.
Right, we covered that one.
It's one I know we skipped over. Did we go
Now,
over that one?
this not yet. This official letter, remember, written by the CEO, Mr. Cunningham, wrote a letter, sent it out, who refers to himself as Addie Cunningham and co-signed by First Lady Cunningham, presents a massive, explicit conflict with the organization's legal charter. In fact, this text serves as a written admission of corporate non-compliance,
Mm-mm.
regulatory fraud, and
Mm.
intermediate sanctions violations under both District of Columbia corporate law and the Internal Revenue Code. By
Mm-hmm.
officially incorporating in Washington, D.C. as a 501c3 public trust, the organization is legally bound to use its centralized treasury, the money at headquarters, to fulfill its stated purpose to establish, erect, and maintain local churches. Here's a detailed breakdown of the legal conflicts, regulatory issues, and explicit statutory violations documented in this letter coming up.
Mm-hmm.
What's the next slide?
All right. Mm. This is the one here.
The last one, the core.
So
Uh-huh.
that one.
Now, right. Okay, we just covered that.
You go down here.
Here, the multi-state birthday rally rankings, which is unlicensed interstate gambling, right? The birthday rallies as a competition between all the houses in the states. The magazine printout lists the top houses competing across 9 separate financial classes nationwide from San Diego to Newport News. The regulatory violation is this: under both DC law and federal interstate gambling statutes, running a nationwide multi state financial competition where subordinate entities, the members, are forced to hit fundraising quotas to win incentives. I will match the highest 3 houses, or personal cash matches from the CEO, constitutes an unlicensed commercial lottery framework. Illegal gambling. Look at the illusion
Mm-mm.
of honor. I'm sorry?
No, I was just saying, mm-mm.
Mm-hmm. Now, labeling this a rally to give honor in a church magazine does not alter the legal fact that this is a highly structured, tiered financial extraction engine operating across 26 states without local charity gaming permits or state lottery licenses. It is, quite simply put, an illegal gambling ratchet. What would happen if there's an unpermitted, unlicensed um, casino? They're going to come and shut it down because you're not licensed to operate a casino. You're not permitted to operate a casino. Well, we've been doing things inside without a license and without permit.
No different than the illegal casinos that get shut down in Charlotte all the time.
There you go. And we see them now in little teeny tiny storefronts as big as a 7-Eleven, but they're
Yeah,
casinos with little
they are.
video booths inside with a stool in front of it, right? Sports gambling, online gambling taking place, all types of things. But in order to operate lawfully within the confinements of the law, you must be licensed, you must be permitted, and you have to be doing everything according to the regulations. Look at the next slide. Now, we know last Thursday that this order went out. Now, Mr. Murray, the beneficial owner of the organization, partner of Mr. Cunningham, as the other beneficial owner on the fake board of directors, he got up to speak on last Thursday. Now, it was bad enough that he talked about the subject, know your role, that we picked apart. But I'm not going to play the recording tonight. We're going to leave that. And you'll be hearing it coming from Miss Mintz and Golden Boy pretty soon. I did print out a few things, but here's just a few snippets of what it is that he said. The rhetoric that he used. He said, a double minded man is unstable in all his ways. Or how did he say it? A double minded man is unstable in all his ways. And if you're all right with Addie Cunningham, don't get on the email tram, right? This is what he said. Now, the deception and manipulation. Murray twists James 1 and 8, which is actually about a person wavering in their faith toward or during trials, to create an artificial us versus them boundary. He uses this scripture to brand anyone who looks at financial facts, emails a whistleblower, or asks questions as unstable and unfaithful. This is a classic cult-like tactic designed to socially isolate members of your reform committee. It is being done to turn people away from what it is that we're doing. We're making you all aware of what they're doing illegally, what they're doing against the law, what they've pulled us into doing inside the organization, which is to break laws along with them, laws that we're ignorant of. Look at the abuse of Proverbs 29:18, the vision, when he said, because where there is no vision, the people perish. That man is Daddy Cunningham. The deception and manipulation. Murray cites Proverbs 29:18 to argue that without the CEO's unilateral control, the entire organization will die. Right? He said that the man with the vision is him. And what this is telling us is he's coining this as if he doesn't have a vision, then the organization is going to fall. The theological truth in the original Hebrew vision, chazon, specifically means divine revelation or the law of God. The scripture means that people perish when they ignore his laws. It does not mean that a church will perish unless they blindly follow a single corporate CEO's unvoted, secretive financial agendas. It is all rhetoric. He's simply twisting scripture to get the members there, at least that was there, 6 and M Street that night, to go along, to get along, to be okay with what he's saying in the front, just like so many others do. They get up there and they hold the mic. Is that all right, people? He even asked the question, anybody, everybody all right with that? I'm going to say it again. Anybody all right with that? That's being done to manipulate the people into showing support for what you just said, even though the people don't go along with it. Look at the next slide.
You still with me?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You ready for the next
You
one?
see the other one? Hmm.
Yep.
Now, he also said, God told Moses, I'm going to make you a God to Pharaoh. So when God deals with a man, he ceases to be just a man. The man is more than a man. Now, this is listen, people, look, it says the deception and manipulation. Murray is engaging in dangerous heresy to shield the CEO
Mm-hmm.
from legal accountability.
Mm-hmm.
By telling the congregation that the CEO is more than a man, he's programming the members to believe that earthly laws do not apply to Mr. Cunningham. And we know better. There was a
Mm-hmm.
time when we didn't know better. I know I
Right.
didn't. I
Same.
thought, huh?
Same.
Yeah. I thought the man rules everything,
Mm-hmm.
right? But the theological truth is this completely twists Exodus 7 and 1, where Moses was told that he would be like a God to Pharaoh, meaning Moses would
Mm-hmm.
wield his power to execute plagues against a tyrant. It was never a statement
Mm-hmm.
that Moses was a literal divine being who was above moral, ethical, or financial accountability. And we know that
Right.
to be true because Moses himself was punished for hitting the rock when he was told to talk to the rock that would
Mm-hmm.
give waters in Meribah, right? So
Mm-hmm.
he was punished to not be able to go to the promised land, but just look over and see it. Well, if you were more than a man, well, you wouldn't be punished like a man.
Mm-hmm.
And the worst part of this is we know what Moses did, but Mr. Cunningham is no Moses. He's nothing like a
Mm-hmm.
Moses. He wasn't chosen by the creator. He wasn't even chosen by the people. He was chosen by one woman, and it was
Mm-hmm.
agreed upon by a handful of men on the general council. And they went
Mm-hmm.
along so that they could make sure they hold on to power and get paid.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why they're so intent on trying to keep the people believing in this nonsense. The idea that that one man is the one, like he talked about with Miriam and Aaron. You want to go to the next slide? Um, he talked about Miriam and Aaron, um, and he said that I'm not so sure if I put that one up with Miriam and Aaron.
Let me see.
Uh,
No,
okay, but
hold
what he
on.
said was when
No,
you,
sorry. Just
huh?
looking. I'm just looking around to see.
Okay, yeah, I don't think I did. Um,
Okay.
but he said when you question Mr. Cunningham, um, you become like he said. I tell you what the Old Testament says. You become like Aaron and Miriam, and so he told them, if there be a prophet among you, I talked to them in a dream or a vision, but he talked about how he spoke to Moses face to face, likening Mr. Cunningham to him, that he speaks to him, Mr. Cunningham, face to face. Now we know
Mm-hmm.
good and well
Mm-hmm.
with all this stuff, even without anything being seen that Mr. Cunningham is doing, we know for a fact no one is talking to the Father that way that day, today, because
Mm-hmm.
he's not speaking to anyone that way today. When we look at the end of Matthew 28:18, the disciples were told all power in heaven and earth was given to the Messiah. Now, with that in mind, since that time, you don't see any man talking to the Creator face to face, giving any messages to the people of the earth, of the world. Now, the misapplication of Scripture to justify financial exploitation It says the letter weaponizes 2 Kings 12, 4 through 5, to manipulate the congregation into compliance. However, from a historical and legal perspective, this scripture actually condemns the CEO's actions. When he did what he did, now this slide is talking about the birthday rally, when Mr. Cunningham wrote the letter talking about he has a program for the people to raise money to help them take care of the maintaining the houses of prayers locally. But in quoting this scripture, look at the reality. In 2 Kings and 12, King Joash discovered that the priests were collecting money from the people, but keeping it for themselves instead of fixing the temple.
I just uploaded the audio of Rodriguez if you'd like to play it for them.
Um, okay. And let me finish this one.
My bad. You don't have to, but
Oh, no,
yeah,
no,
I
no.
got
It's
it.
all good. Yeah, it's all good. Um, and But the priest was keeping the money for themselves instead of fixing the temple. That's exactly what we see going on today. All this money being raised, they're not using it for the houses of prayers. They're not using it for the people. Well, what are you talking about? You can see in the truth and the facts. All the money that they spend in the Lord. No, no, no. Putting a roof on a building is not using the billions that we believe is in the organization. And since you're putting the rules on the building, and he said that he wanted to build a house of prayer in every single state where there is none. Okay, well, again, what about the money towards the furlough? What about the individuals in these apartments that's dealing with mice and rats and bed bugs and roaches? What about the cafeterias that need to be gutted and cleaned and inspected and renovated? There's so many problems around the organization. You all would be completely surprised to know how many of the houses are breaking down. I have pictures of houses of prayers that's got cracks in the ceiling where the ceiling is separating from the walls because the foundation is unstable. Now, remember, every single year, convocation, the general council is supposed to go around to all these buildings. And what are they supposed to do? Aren't they supposed to inspect every house of prayer, every convocation? How is it they're inspecting the houses of prayers every year? And every year, many houses of prayers have broken equipment, cracks in the walls and the steps, tiles missing, doors hanging. What are they inspecting? It's all a scam, people. The funds is being taken, and the thievery is being protected by these men on the front lines. And their job is to continue getting the people to keep giving more and more and more and more money, while you see nothing about where the money is going. We're looking at the reality in this, and it says the king had to step in, strip the corrupt priests of the money, and create a transparent padlocked chest, the first historical audit to ensure the funds actually went to the building maintenance. The irony in Mr. Cunningham using that scripture, again, it says he does not have an understanding of scripture. You're going to use the scripture instead of proving your point. The scripture proves you not only wrong, the scripture is literally defining what you are doing. You're taking money, keeping it for yourselves, and not fixing the temple. And you're using that scripture as a scripture to refer to when you're presenting a birthday rally for the members to raise more money instead of using the money that they've already raised. The irony here is the CEO is using the scripture about priestly financial corruption to justify making his members pay double while he drives $800,000 cars and hoards the central treasury. The birthday rally is a scam. The G Class program is a scam. Working for G Class credit is a scam. Selling on the yard is all a scam to get your money into an account that they're going to regulate without any transparency, without any oversight, without any questions, which is exactly why Mr. Cunningham said a few weeks ago, when you give the money, you don't tell me what to do with it. Those are his exact words. And with that said, when looking at these seats, almost we're getting ready to close out because I just remembered we have a few more to touch. Um, this official publication explicitly confirms your 10-man reform committee's assertions about the money by documenting that membership is mandatory auxiliaries, membership in mandatory auxiliaries is leveraged to force financial compliance, and that salvation itself is priced via the Resurrection G-Class program. The administration has provided a written confession of systematic white-collar crime. The administration has provided a written confession of systematic white-collar crime. From a strict legal standpoint, calling an involuntary financial extraction a sacrifice or a religious auxiliary rule does not shield it from the law. Here is how these decades-long practices, these things we've been doing for decades, violate specific District of Columbia, state and federal statutes, and how they directly destroy the CEO's legal defense. Coercive financial fines as civil extortion and conversion. The fines in these books is extortion. All these years, all these people paying all these fines. Remember, we get elders, and some of the members are being fined thousands of dollars. One man was fined $10,000. Another man was fined $16,000. $1,000 fines. All year round, council and bishops, fine, hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars. All that money adds up. State fines, local fines. All that money is adding up. Year in, year out, decade after decade after decade after decade, amassing millions of dollars in fines, only to find out it was all illegal. Why? Because the law books that were written by these bishops never had any discussion from the members, never had any input from the members, never had any consent from the members, and the members never voted to say, I vote yes in agreement to be governed by those rules and those laws. So this is a sham. And we see now that AI says it's a written confession of systemic white collar crime. And from a strict legal standpoint, again, it destroys his entire legal defense. You can't say you didn't know. The publication notes that unvoted executive written bylaws for auxiliaries are used to levy extensive financial fines against members who do not comply with the fundraising quotas. Remember, if a president does not make reports when requested, if the president is not reporting G class and paying tithes and offerings, then you're going to be sat down. You can't be the president. That's why they have a president of presidents, in order to make the presidents mindful of their obligations, to make sure that they are pushing for certain things, right? Putting on programs for more money, more money, more money, right? With all of that in mind, the bishops didn't just write the auxiliary bylaws, but they also wrote the Are You Aware? That the members had no input in, they had no consent, given no consent to them. They did not vote in agreement to agree to be bound by those laws to govern us, but they hit with fine after fine after fine. When it comes back down to the um, Love March, where it says, right, that this is compensation for the bishop for his service to the organization. The people didn't come up with that compensation plan. The people didn't see a board of directors come up with that compensation plan. Hmm. That was bishops, CEOs writing ways to get money from the people of the organization. And it was them who called it love gifts. Coercion. Okay. Let's go back to the slide. And let's see the next slide. Okay. Now, look at this. um, before we go here, we'll be closing out with this one. Can you pull up the one regarding the masks? Can you find the slide with masks, the masks? Okay, go further. Um, so again, when putting these up together, they bunched up in little groups and lost the order, but that's okay. Next, 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 next. Um, next, we covered that. Next, next. Oh, go back one. Okay, real quick. The G class program is not a protected religious practice. It is an unregulated multi-million dollar commercial operation operating completely outside the American legal and financial system, operating outside of the American legal and financial system. The lack of a board of directors combined with off the books cash collections by ministers means there is zero proof, zero, that this money is being used for actual charitable purposes. Instead, it creates an environment perfectly optimized for massive executive embezzlement. And this is what we've been seeing. The money in the house of prayer, they've been embezzling and putting it to use in ways that the members are not being told, in ways that the members have no say so in ways that the members have not seen any transparency, in ways that people in the organization have no decision making in. Remember, Mr. Cunningham said, we don't need no board, 2 and 3 people talking about what we're going to do, where we're going to build, what we're going to build. No, one man, right? He said it again a few weeks ago. We don't have no board of trustees, no tribunal. Embezzlement, you give it to me, you don't tell me what to do with it. Embezzlement, nobody sees anything and knows anything about where the money going. Ties, building the organization, the kingdom. G class, building the organization, the kingdom. Okay. Well, what money is being used to build all these apartments? What money is being used to build all these condominiums? What money is being used to build all these single family homes that's now for sale by the organization? Members have been robbed all this time. Let's go further. And yes, the members do have to pay over $2,000 for his food when he comes to visit. Again, this is personal inurement. Why is it that the members
Hmm.
have to pay for your food when you come to the city? Why do they have to pay for the transportation, the rental cars? And then for
Hmm.
Mr. Cunningham to be staying in hotels instead of the parsonages, that's also a waste of funds because the members are being told to do this. Okay.
I have a question for you now. I think we skipped over this one
Yeah.
earlier.
Uh-huh.
Is this one that you want to cover before we get to that last one?
Yeah, I'll read through it real quick. What if the purpose of the organization, supposedly being the mission of the nonprofit, is to establish, erect, and maintain buildings to be used as local congregations or churches? But each time there's an organization wide program, the members are told to, or ordered to raise the money. What if the members are also ordered to pay for the CEO's lavish lifestyle by being given a financial goal to reach called state assessments, where the chairman, the highest contributing pastor for the previous year, gives each congregation an amount that the chairman chooses to tell each congregation to raise and give towards the state's financial needs for that year. One of those needs is a predetermined amount of money that is being given to the people to pay for the CEO's food or other expenditures for when he's there in that city for a day or for the weekend. As a pastor myself, I had an assessment of $1,500 for a 1 day visit from the CEO that the members were told to raise. Is this legal or does this present a problem? And what if the CEO has the members pay for his and his entourage hotel lodging in four-star hotels that run up to $8,000 or more in the event that there is no parsonage, 8,000 to 15,000 square foot mansions in that area for him to reside in? Now, again, I try to make these questions as detailed as possible so that the members would understand that, yeah, we're doing all this stuff. I already know a lot of the answers to these questions. I can pinpoint different laws, but I need you to read and see these are the questions so that you can follow this model and ask questions yourself, whether it's Chat GPT, whether it's Google, whether it's YouTube,
Hmm.
to pull up anything to answer your own questions in your own time about what your pastors are telling you to do, what your chairmans are telling you to do, what the council's telling you to do, what the assistant district chairman is telling you to do, or what the secretary or the bishop is telling you to do, or anybody else for that matter,
Hmm.
to see whether or not this is legal. And what happens when you find out people have been getting over on you and breaking the law while taking out of your pocket? What do we do? Do we get happy about it? Do we clap our hands and say, "This one, Mr. Plumber, after taking $8,000 and 200 on top of it out of my pocket, says, Mr. Plumber, go home. Yeah, I did it." Or do we get mad at the fact that this company just ripped us off? We have been blinded while being taken advantage of. And now the wool is being pulled back, and we can see clearly now because the wool is no longer over our eyes. With that in mind, let's go to the next slide. Um, is this? Oh yeah. So this one I was gonna a moment ago. This is the actual birth of the G class program. So um, again, God requires a sacrifice. Um, so this is the description of the G class program given to the members as taught in one of the publications of the organization written by one of the CEOs. You'll see the bylaws for the auxiliaries at the bottom because the mandating of auxiliary membership is used to force the members into paying G class, tithes, and love gifts. These auxiliary rules were also written by the CEOs, and neither of these publications were discussed by, consented to, or voted on to accept them by the members of the organization. What laws are being violated with this practice if the members are being charged extensive fines throughout the year for decades for rules that they never chose to be governed by? And how does the explanation of G class as sacrifices violate the law with this practice being used for decades as well? That question was asked with one of the previous slides giving us the answer um, pertaining to how this practice is illegal. And it defines, quite frankly, white collar crime. Next slide.
That's actually the last, but let me see here.
Yeah, you want to look at, look through them. You should have three, or I can just talk about it. Um,
The one with the three on
touching on, um, go ahead.
it. Okay. Now I was just looking for the one with the three on it down
Go ahead. Yep.
here. Two,
Go ahead. Uh,
four. So it's gotta be a three. See. I don't see the one with the three on it.
we covered them.
We covered
Covered.
these, yeah. Yeah, all of these are something I might be missing.
Covered.
Let's see.
So here's the thing, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
My
so,
bad. I'm just looking through my photos to see if I got it.
oh yeah, you're good. I'll just talk about it real quick,
Okay.
and then we can go to the comments. Um,
Got it.
so the thing is that um, the
Oh,
mask.
before you jump into that, I do want to say thank you to the Gemini Music Show for the 400 jewels over there on the Golden Boy Talent channel. Greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate you supporting us, making sure that we can continue to do the work. So thank you. Those jewels are what's actually funding this platform now, ensuring that we can keep doing it. So thank you.
Um, absolutely. And so here, let me shoot this to you.
Hmm.
Um, so one more thing that I was going to touch on for you all is the fact that um, when it comes to the masks, I know a lot of individuals are sick and beyond sick and tired of dealing with the masks. Um, when it comes to the masks, I'm going to show you now, and then we'll go to the comments. What the law says about the masks. And let me know whenever you're ready in regards to what I just sent you.
All right.
You are.
Take just 1 second.
Mm-hmm. Here we are.
Yeah, I got it here. Coming
Okay.
right up.
And I intentionally left dates on the questions for you all so that you can actually see the date on um, the frames. Because again, I wanted you all to know that I just last night asked these questions and just made copies um, just to show you all how to pull these things up for yourselves. And do you see three that I just sent you?
Oh, yeah, I see two more coming in. I got them.
Okay.
I'll throw these up too.
And there's one more coming. So we have four
Solid.
slides and we'll be done.
All right.
Okay. So, um,
That's the first one.
no, right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no
So the
problem. Got
violation
it.
under federal law and consumer protection acts of all 26 states involved, this crosses the line from protected religious tithing into charitable solicitation fraud. The legal test: legitimate religious donations must be entirely voluntary. When the CEO codifies a system where human beings are placed into a fierce, tier based, nationwide competition to pay money to buy back their salvation, the G Class program, the law treats it as an unlicensed commercial lottery and affinity fraud ring. The awards and accolades given to the top tier winners, the top 10, the top 100, top band, top choir, top auxiliaries, the awards and accolades given to the top tier winners at the annual convocation satisfy the legal element of a lottery prize funded by involuntary consideration, the out of pocket cash. The sacrifice label is literally defined as deceptive tax fraud and private inurement. The text frames the G Class program under the heading God requires a sacrifice. The administration uses this religious vocabulary to claim that the millions in cash collected are unauditable, tax free religious gifts. Unauditable, unauditable. How can it be audited if they're out the door in brown paper bags? Now, I'm not going to go into the detail of how they do these things because I don't want people to know that I know. Okay. But with this in mind, let me jump to the next slide. Now, I talked to a maid recently who confirmed the things that I was sharing about the maid boards. Maids standing up for hours, hurting, feet hurt, back hurt, arms hurt for hours. And y'all see these maids on all these videos, the red and white. Shoe shine boys, altar boys, standing on the side waiting. Our children, even in the displays, child labor laws violations, I've been saying, parents, stop these children from being allowed to participate in these things that the law says is illegal. The law says that when we allow our children to be involved in these things, it literally becomes definitively child neglect because the child is being psychologically conditioned, they're being psychologically manipulated, they're being exploited for their services to the CEO as they give personal benefit to him, as well as the wives of the CEO and the former CEOs. They're all in this together. The individual staff members are all included. These individuals, including the council, and I told the pastors as well, walk away, step down. Same thing with the secretaries. You are being looked upon as co-conspirators. Co-conspirator means you also conspired to assist in all of this illegal activity. We haven't even skimmed the surface. This is just to talk about the G class program. The order that he sent out about raffle tickets, listen, you can continue with the rallies if you want to. I'm telling you, you're involving yourselves in an illegal gambling ratchet.
My.
Just because you don't have a raffle ticket, it should be suspicious to our members for the CEO to say, we want to stop, no more raffle tickets, no more raffle tickets. But
Mm-hmm.
you can continue with the rallies.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I'm telling y'all no raffle tickets because I'm giving y'all a break from G class. No, you're
Right. That don't even make sense, man. Since when do you get a break? The way they got us so HE double hockey sticks bent on getting into heaven by doing G class and all of this. So why we get a break? You know how many breaks we needed? How about a permanent break like we have right now?
and that's not even the currently active members. Um, so with that in mind, that's the members who are pulled away and put their participation on pause. They're saying,
Mhm.
I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't like what I'm hearing. I don't want to participate in these things since I didn't know what this was all about.
Right.
That's why we're explaining it. We're letting
Hmm.
you see clear, black and white. These are the same laws that a judge will read in front of you inside of a courtroom. So, members, you do not have to think that this is real. Okay. Um, with that in mind, somebody said, talking about the dog on the mountain, follow it. I'm I'm very leery of offending, right? However, we've seen people living all kinds of lives sitting up there on those high platforms. Now, we keep saying if the creator put somebody up there, if the creator put a dog on a mountain, well, we know that that's a lie too because the creator didn't put nobody in that seat.
Nope. Not a
Moses
one.
didn't win an election. Mr. Murray comparing him to Moses. What in the world is wrong with you? When we use the term chosen, the very definition is there was no election.
Hmm. Hmm.
Let me come back. So I'm trying. Um, with that in mind, The members have been going through this thing where we're duped into. So a dog on a mountain again. All of these things were to trick us, to deceive us.
Hmm.
That's all it was. You've heard, matter of fact, Mr. Golden Boy said that Mr. McCullough was over his grandfather's home watching ball games while we sitting at the house of prayer waiting for him to arrive.
Yep. Yep. He sure was. Yep. That's why it was so late during his years, was because he was stopped on Sunday at my pawpaw house and sit up there and watch the game before he came to service.
We have to understand, listening to testimonies like this, that we've been lied to. I mean, for goodness sake, Mr. Cunningham left California to go back to DC immediately. Left DC, nobody knew he was even gone. What? He's in Atlanta, Georgia. I thought he was in the restroom. Gone.
I wonder what Cunningham was doing recently too. You know, the recent times where he arrived late to service, where certain platforms might have been streaming.
Yeah.
Um, and you know, you had members in the comment sections asking why he, you know, hadn't arrived yet. And it just seems like it's because he was watching what we were talking about.
Uh,
You know, he got there about 2 hours late.
People don't want to watch, a repeat. A lot of people want to see it live. Um,
Hmm.
and apparently, some people are saying that he's watching and he'll even leave service to get back so he can watch whatever live.
Oh yeah, he shut down one service while you was on at 7.
Uh,
And I mean, he shut it down right in the middle of the service and beelined it to the door, and he was out. They called him one way that day,
you,
one way out the door.
we can't make this up, and we know because we're listening to the things he's saying. We know that he's watching. But the thing is, for you to pop up in Atlanta or Columbia or Miami and say, I was thinking about you, so I stopped by. You didn't leave
Hmm.
DC and stopped by Miami, Florida.
Hmm.
You leave DC and stop by maybe the Chesapeake uh, Bay Grill Center, stopping by on your way wherever right around DC. You didn't stop by Miami, Florida.
Hmm.
The question is, what were you doing in Miami, Florida when you weren't in service for those 20, 30 minutes?
Hmm.
Some people say, well, he was there longer than 20, 30 minutes. You're missing the point.
Hmm.
He's in Miami, Florida.
Hmm.
He didn't go there for service.
For
He
an
went
hour.
for other, right. He's in Miami for other reasons. What are you doing
Hmm.
outside of the service? What were
But
you in Atlanta?
he is honest though. He's letting you know while I was in the area handling whatever I was handling, I
Stop by,
stopped by.
right?
Yeah.
Members, we have to understand, listening to this information, people are lying. And we've been the subject of lies this entire time. Yet, with that in mind, um, let me go to the next slide. Okay. Now we have about 3 slides left, and we're going to run through the comments. But here, let's go to the next slide where they can see the question. You see that question?
Let's see this
Yeah,
one.
this one. Right. So, what if the CEO has made the members continue to wear masks even up until this date, and they cannot attend services or events within the organization nationwide without wearing a mask, or be told that they cannot enter, or they must leave, or be escorted out of the event or the premises, even at outdoor events? Now, I know before y'all talk about my time, I was rushing and there's a whole lot of ors in here. Okay. Listen, it is what it is. Um, with that in mind, oh, um, yeah. Um, with that in mind, let's go to the next slide. Okay, the mask requirement. Even for outdoor events up until mid 2026, does not change the underlying criminal tax evasion or the unlicensed commercial transit violations. The unlicensed commercial transit violations is the buses of the House of Prayer traveling on the road, charging the member seats. It is an unlicensed commercial transit violation. We're not licensed to charter buses. It's okay to buy a bus as a nonprofit and travel on the buses, letting the members get on, but you don't charge them a seat. You
Well,
furthermore don't have them raising tens of thousands of dollars in love gift because that also constitutes the legal definition of laundering and carrying money across the state lines. Now you're dealing with interstate laws being violated as well. And you don't want to be on a bus, members, when the authorities pull that bus over and find what's
hmm
going on the buses now that
hmm
this information is getting out,
we talking about laundering, not laundry.
right? Not washing the money.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, it goes on to say, however, from a legal perspective, enforcing a strict mask mandate and threat of physical removal or escort by security serves as powerful evidence of a highly coercive, insular, and controlling environment.
Mhm.
In a federal or state investigation, this mandatory masking policy impacts the case in three specific ways. It's evidence of coercion. Just to have a mask mandate is evidence of coercion, control, and undue influence. When state attorneys general for federal prosecutors investigate financial fraud within a religious organization, they look closely at the level of control leadership exerts over the victims. To have this type of control over people suggests, it screams psychological conditioning to manipulate. Minimizing dissent, what that means is people who want to back away from people. I don't want nothing to do with this. I don't want, that's where the threats come in. Well, if you don't
Mhm.
listen, he gonna get you. Or when you fight me, you fighting Jesus. When you see me, you're doing that to instill fear in people to not back off and to continue doing what they're doing, minimizing dissent. Mandating masks nationwide, even outdoors, and threatening immediate physical removal creates a high stress environment of mandatory compliance. This level of extreme control makes it difficult for average members to ask questions about the missing finances, the $800,000 cars, or the lack of a board of directors. The next slide. And this is why many of our members don't ask questions, because of all the manipulation to instill fear in the people. This should be the last one, I think. The
Yep.
legal concept, yep, it is. Okay.
hmm
The legal concept of undue influence, showing that the CEO can dictate exactly what members must wear on their faces to exercise their faith, helps prosecutors prove undue influence. It demonstrates to a court how the CEO has successfully exploited vulnerable long term members in order to extract millions in cash marches without anyone feeling safe enough to speak out.
hmm
And we wonder why the people do it. Why the people do it? You can't tell House of Prayer members nothing because of undue influence, the intimidation, the fear factor. the manipulation of the scriptures to make them believe that you're going to be in trouble with the creator if you do anything or say anything against that man. That's what Mr. Murray was doing. That's what
Mm-hmm.
others were doing. Mr. Taylor, Mr. Commodore, right? Mr. Delaney, Mr. Rucker, Mr. Rodney, Mr. Monroe, Mr. Gibbs, all these men all over the organization, when they get up to speak and give a so-called sermon, they're instilling fear in the people of this man who is now known to be a liar. I played a recording letting everybody hear that he lied. Y'all remember that? People lying on me and the house of prayer, talking about what I said. And he's the next day, never said such a thing. Okay, call me a liar. All right, play the video, let everybody hear in his voice. He said exactly what I said he said. And I played the same video where he said he never said such a thing. Back to back. Everybody, oh, he lied. Yeah, surprise. He will lie like a rug. He will lie like a cat on your couch in a heartbeat.
Ooh,
Everybody
don't for,
who cat lovers know your cats lie around the house all day.
don't forget at the end, I have that clip of
Mr.
Rodriguez as
Okay.
well. Hmm.
And just so that you all know, same thing with the councilmen. They lie. The pastors lie, but they'll lie to you about other people to get you to believe that they're the liars. Mm-mm. We know that you're the liars. And let's finish up this last slide. It says the risk of unlawful ouster and civil liability. While private organizations and churches generally have the right to set their own dress codes or health rules on their own private property, the method of enforcement matters legally. Assault and battery risks. If church security or ministers physically touch, if they just touch, grab, or aggressively shove a member to escort them out, if they just touch you, simply because they took off a mask at an outdoor event, the organization faces severe civil lawsuits for assault, battery, and false imprisonment.
I would have thought it at the Charlotte Mother House.
And the statute of limitations still allow him to take out a lawsuit. The pastor that had the ordeal also in the elevator in Charlotte, right? All these situations, people, the law says that Mr. Cunningham and these men with titles of apostle and pastor and councilman and chairman and judge and general assembly secretary, you're not going to follow him. Y'all see those doors with red signs over them says exit? Just get out. Why do y'all think they want you to leave? Because they don't want you to expose what they're doing wrong. They know that they're the ones that the law is going to come and make them leave
Mm-hmm.
because they're the ones that are not abiding by the law while manipulating and psychologically controlling and conditioning people in here who believe that they are abiding by the law. So
Mm-hmm.
we all have been duped. We all have been lied to, manipulated, and deceived. We just have to accept it. These men are not what we thought they were. Period. And they've been stealing the entire time. What else do you think they're doing with the money? You don't see the money. They're not showing you where it's going. Oh, he said that he built right. That's the problem. He said, but he never showed you anything to prove what he said. We're not just saying things, we're showing you. We're proving, we're offering evidence in order to back up, to confirm, to verify, to validate, and add value to the things that we say so that you can put your trust in what we're telling you. How can you trust people who never prove a thing they say, and others are proving what they're saying is a lie?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we'll finish up this slide. um, so uh, public accommodation and state laws. Here's the one. Everybody pay attention. Woo. Mask mandate be gone. Depending on which of the 26 states these events are held in, some jurisdictions have explicitly banned businesses and public facing organizations from denying entry based on mask choices or vaccine status. What that means is some states, check your state, it is illegal for anybody to restrict you from entering into a building because you're not wearing a mask. It's illegal for somebody to tell you you must take a shot before getting on a bus. You have to show them a card before getting on a bus, and you have to wear your mask. That's illegal. In many of these states today, you cannot do that because there's nothing going on in society that the CDC says the people in this country must wear a mask because the authorities of the higher power, the land says so. The land is the higher power of a corporation. The land is the higher power of a nonprofit business or organization. The CEO does not have the final say. It doesn't matter what the Constitution says. And now we understand the Constitution has never been legal or legitimate because the Constitution was written by the same men who manipulated the members of this organization to give all their power to them, to control the members with. The Constitution, the supreme law, the auxiliary bylaws, and the Are You Aware, each and every one of these publications were written by bishops that the members had no consent in. And they lie about the General Assembly, but we've proven now, we haven't shown you yet, we've proven now that that's all a sham. It's a show in order to deceive the members of the organization into believing and thinking that they had something to do with these so-called laws, unlawful laws in the Constitution. The Constitution has never been legal. Therefore, not one law book in here has ever been legal. Therefore, not one member in here can legally, lawfully be penalized to pay a fine or any other penalty because none of the books were legitimately legal. Not one. Not one.
Amen to that.
Right? And let's look at that last line on the slide. So, if the jurisdictions that you're in have explicitly banned businesses and public facing organizations from denying entry based on mask choices or vaccine status, if somebody tries to restrict you, you now can file a suit. You can file a claim. You can file a complaint against them. In those specific states, enforcing this policy could violate state level civil rights or consumer protection laws. You now have a lawsuit. You have a civil action that you can take out on that administration, on that business, on that organization, or that institution. If you go to a public library, they tell you you have to have a mask on. Not in certain states. Check the law. You can now take out a suit against that library, a grocery store, a shopping center, a retail facility. It does not matter. If the law says that they cannot restrict you from entry unless you have on a mask, if the law says that it's optional, if they say that they cannot restrict you just because you didn't get a shot, if the law says it's optional, then that business, that institution, that organization, or that leadership cannot overrule the law of the land and says, no, well, we're not going to let you in here. We said you must wear a mask. Mr. Cunningham, the security, the ministers, if they do anything at all in a state that does not require a mask or a shot, then you get to take them up on charges. So, what I'm telling you all, people, is last Thursday is probably not the last thing that you're going to hear coming from Mr. Cunningham that they're suspending. As a result of tonight and sharing with you all what the laws of the land says about these different practices of our organization, quite a few other things should be suspended. We should be looking at suspensions of the birthday rally. We should be looking at suspensions of the G class program entirely. The raffles are illegal lotteries. We should be looking at suspensions of the bus charging seats. We should be looking at suspensions of wearing masks or having to show a card that you're taking a shot. We should be looking at suspensions of the Love March because that's illegal. The girls in the aisles taking money up. That's exploitation. It's also unlawful child labor. To fan the bishop, I've told you before, and even the first lady, that's a felony. Little boys shining the shoes, going up as an altar boy, unlawful child labor, theft of compensation, theft of goods and services, also exploitation. And when they're traveling across state lines, now we're looking at human trafficking of a minor, less than 18 years old. You don't believe this? Mr. Grace himself went to court for trafficking girls less than 18 years old across state lines without their parents' approval. There was nothing in writing. There was no permit. We even have work permits when children go to school and they want to get a part-time job. 14 years old, you're required to be at least 14, minimum age, to get a work permit to work after school. And even then, there's certain regulations you must follow. If you go over those regulations, the job is in trouble, and sometimes the parents can be in trouble. The child is a minor. They're not going to hold them accountable. Instead, they will take the child away from the parent and or guardian, and they'll penalize the parent and or guardian for child neglect because it's your job to protect and provide for the child. I'm telling you all, people, we've been taken for a ride. And I suspect quite a few things are going to come as the form of a suspension in the next few days. I would be surprised, very much so, if you all don't hear anything. If they continue allowing the G-Class program, people to raise money, the Addie's Club, for you to get this, I kept saying 17-cent button. I'm going to say 6-cent button now. That little, it's not even, it's just spray paint. It's not spray painted. It's a tarnished, gold colored, cheap, fabricated, compressed metal. Okay. You can even bend and break it in certain temperatures and see it's like, it's not even, anyway, which is so disturbing because people paying $2,000 for this thing. And it's a cursed object. Anyway, all the money raising should be kept because, again, it's white collar crime. The love gifts, the gifting, illegal. Individuals that's on the channel, we're going to ask you to not comment with language. Thank you. We appreciate you. I know it's upsetting, but yeah, not to comment with the language. But when it comes to the fundraising, We have to do things by the law. You can't just do things anyway that you feel like. And this is what's been going on in our organization. And if your organization is doing anything that we've talked about tonight, if they're involved in these practices, then you should take a step back and look at everything else that's going on and look at those things and line them up with the law as well. And if you don't know what the law says, chat GPT, Google it, go on any other AI platform and ask questions, right? So at this time, Golden Boy, you want to add anything before we jump through the comments?
No, no, not at all. Not at all. I'm ready.
Okay. We have a few here. A lot of them is hello, but
Let
let's see.
me
Welcome,
get
everyone.
this one off here.
I'm sorry.
Let me take this one off.
Okay. Um, we'll start with the Gemini music shows. Is oh, hey, we have Kareen, Miss Kareen. Hi, family. Hello. Um, the Gemini Music Show. Love, joy, peace, happiness, and perseverance to all the family. Thank you so much. How are you going to give them a break on G class when that's supposed to be the ticket in heaven? Exactly, precisely. And that's what Golden Boy had commented on. If that's the case, they need to refund my mama her G class money. She just got paid 4 months ago, right? And this is the question for a lot of people. What about the money that we've contributed? Uh, that is a very, very good question. And things will come up later as we look at where we're going later once things change. Um, Miss Mint says, don't hold your breath on that refund, dear brother. Good to see you, Miss Mintz. Um, uh, love your enemies. Peace, everyone. Peace, peace. Miss Mintz, peace, family. Peace. Golden Boy, welcome to the chat, Facebook, and TikTok. Please hit the like button, share, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you know every time we're live. Right? Thank you, sir. Miss Mintz, did you know drug dealers wash money by pushing dirty cash through a legitimate business and making it look like customer revenue or donations? And what she's saying is dealers or people who's breaking the law and they're earning cash illegally, they'll take that cash because they can't report it, right? They'll take that cash and they'll put it through a business of some sort. Anybody who's familiar with Breaking Bad, when you saw the biology teacher, chemistry teacher, who started making a drug, selling on the street, made so much money, he decided to buy a car wash to put the money through the car wash. Um, Thank you. I forgot about that. Put the money through the car wash in order to have the money appear clean. What that means is we need to show the government, the IRS, that I got this money lawfully, legally, legitimately.
Ooh, question.
Yes, sir.
So then that company that Bailey owned called the Bailey Wood Shop, remember that?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it ended up being dissolved after how many years it was open, but I wonder what that would have looked like if that business, which we have no idea what they were doing, if it was generating money and or if they were, just bringing in money from wherever they were getting money from and then passing it through the business or whatever the case is. What it would so then are you saying that they can somehow filter it through um the 501c3 organization to clean it?
That,
Solid.
it, it
Okay.
is as simple as putting it into a fundraiser, right?
Got you.
So other organizations do this all the time, and you're spot on. So what you do is if you made $180,000 illegally, you take
Hmm.
that money and try to find something to put that $180,000 into,
Mm-hmm.
so that it goes through their system. It gets deposited in the bank as money that came from this organization.
Mm-hmm.
And it came through the organization. So they're not going to question how much it is. Salvation Army, YMCA, right? Ticket sales at the NFL football game. They're not going to
Mm-hmm.
question, well, how y'all get so much money? Because they know that they're getting their money through um, permitted and licensed solicitations from the public.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not going to question it. Now, this $180,000 gets deposited along with the other 285,000. Well, now that it's clean money, they can take the $180,000 out of the bank and call it an expense, and nobody's going to question it because it's clean money. But if you deposit $180,000 and you don't have anything on the book, on the record that says that you earned that kind of money, how you deposit $180,000 and you're working at uh, Cheeseburger Queen, how you get 180,000? Oh, they gave me a bonus last week. No, that's not going to fly. You need to figure out how to put that money through something because you have to explain it. So when you deposit money in the bank now, I think it used to be $10,000. I think it's lower. Anything over a certain amount of money deposited into a bank, they must report that deposit to the IRS.
Mm-hmm.
So now they
Well, the
can,
thing is, it could be lower, and if the bank rep is suspicious, they'll report it just like it's more than the 10,000, and they'll come on the spot to investigate.
right? You will get their attention immediately, deposit money, and you cannot explain where it came from. Looks like you're doing some fraudulent business. So this is laundering. Um, so when Ms. Mintz says drug dealers wash their money by pushing dirty cash through a legitimate business, make it look like customer, that's exactly Breaking Bad. That's exactly what happened. But his car wash, you're now making so much money on the street that the car wash can't carry that much money in it and legitimately trick the government into thinking that you're making all this money through a car wash. So he bought two more. One day his wife called him, what's going on? Can you meet me at a storage facility? Sure. Got to the storage room. She said, we have a problem. What? Open up the door. There's like four crates. Imagine your living room full of cash stacked neatly, um, about 4 feet tall. And she told him, we cannot report this much money from a car wash. He said, we'll buy more car wash. That's not the answer. Car washes don't make this much money. That's what we're looking at. Laundering. When you have so much money, you don't have any way of hiding it. Okay. So y'all think about all this traveling that's going on, right? They're just popping up all over the place. Nobody knows where the bishop is. Nobody knows where he is. Nobody knows. Calling people on unidentified phone lines, popping up in different cities. What were you doing that day for you to come here that night? And he's going to services just so it can be said he went to service in case people saw him during the daytime. Meeting after meeting after meeting all over the place. No, they're not just traveling because I want to see my children. No, he's traveling because he's up to things. And the reality
Mhm.
is he knows that people are on his heels. So that's why it has nothing to do with him giving the members a break. Ms. Mintz also says Andino Cunningham and his team are no different than drug lords, e.g., this is on the same scale as the cartels. Uh, um, and I mean, yeah, it looks like that, along with Miss Madison, right? She's the individual behind the whole thing. People don't believe that because of her age. No, you have to understand how things work. He didn't pick her. He did not pick her. She was already where she is. She already got people working all over the place for her. The bishop works for her. Okay? Understand? So that's the best place to be. When you're sitting back, nobody believe you in charge of nothing. Okay? I'm not going to give no tips. I don't want nobody following any advice on how to do things illegally. So I'm not going to tell you how certain things are set up. But Bene says, how you doing? Um, I guess he has on his traveling shoe. She's talking about the song. Oh, I got on my traveling shoes. Oh, I got on my traveling shoes. One of those songs we used to sing all the time. Anyway, traveling shoes. Miss Mintz, good one, B-Nay. Miss Mintz, it is his conscience. It is his conscience. Um, and she goes on to say, you can run, but you sure can't hide. And that was something that he spoke. And my bad, Mr. Golden Boy, if you were controlling those um, comments. But you can run, but you sure can't hide. Absolutely. Right. Um, now, the Gemini, now they're getting a taste of what they've been doing. They're getting a taste of what they have done to many. Right. Um, and it's coming. So much more is coming. I think this is divine justice because even though they have all this money that they've stolen, you can't do much with it. And your back is against the wall, but you got to keep on popping up and showing up and sitting up there like everything is all fine. You got to keep coming and sitting there and expecting everything to be what it's been. While the people out here are looking right through you, and now they know everything that's going on. They know what you're about. They know about the lies. They know about the show. They know about the scandals, the scams. They know about the whole system being a fraud. But you got to keep coming to keep it, going forward and make the members think that no, we're on the up and up. It's divine justice, and you can't sleep at night. Miss Mintz, precisely at Gemini. Bine, unlicensed raffling has been going on for so long. Right, this gambling ratchet in here over and over and over the whole time. Time wasted. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Ms. Mintz says, peace, time wasted. So true at Bine. Bine says, raffling has been going on from state to state. Barksdale always selling tickets when he's in every state, and he's the chairman of Virginia. He's the chairman of Virginia. My question is, how many of y'all see these raffles taking place when he's selling all these tickets? How many of y'all have ever seen the actual drawing of all these raffles that he's having? That's what I would like to see, the actual drawing. I'd like to have a list of the actual people who won. How about we get some pictures where you're showing them, I'm giving a prize to this person right here, and you see them walk out with it, right? Unbelievable. Miss Mintz, yep, he's the chairman of a crime. Miss Mintz, allegedly. Bine says, right, allegedly. Serdra, whatever your name is, username. I don't know if I'm sleepy, my eyes are getting crossed, or it's just the spelling. At any rate, Charlotte West Side in the building. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here. And Golden Boy, if you want to jump in here anytime, let me know.
Most definitely, most definitely.
Okay.
It's just that I refreshed, and so some of my comments and stuff are like out of order, and then they all have the exact same timestamp on
It's okay.
them.
We got you. Uh, Ms. Mins, did you know 80% of church fraud is committed by someone with financial authority? Wow. Very insightful. Didn't know that. 80% of church fraud. Dwayne in the building. Hello, sir. Is there no end to this man? Criminal's activity? Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Um, Cunningham is so underhanded. It's pretty bad. But it didn't just get there overnight, right? This took some doing. And in his defense, not that I want to defend his actions, but in his defense, he is the very first CEO that's been in this position where literally he's being exposed out front, out in the open, in front of everybody in the organization. That was not the intent. The intent was to come out and expose the former CEO because that's when all this started. We took note of the fact that the former CEO had his hand involved in deceiving the entire organization. What Mr. Cunningham is doing, he's not the first one. This started with Mr. Bailey that we know of, but now we can go back in the records and we can see no, it didn't start with him. He just continued what was going on under Mr. Madison, what was going on under Mr. McCullough. And oh, yeah, by the way, boom, here it is right here. Mr. Grace was doing this stuff. It just got to the point where others came in and continued. But it took a turn. The problem is people never thought that they would ever get caught. Right? All he do is criminal, and like so many of the councilmen, Miss Madison, right? Pastors, chairmen, district chairmen, General Assembly secretaries, and now assistant General Assembly secretaries, Mr. Murray. All this stuff is corruption, 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 right out in your face. Dwayne says that's why he must go, um, along with his followers. Um, yeah, by those individuals, I'm sure he's talking about those who are uh, following him and supporting the things that he's doing. Did you know 7.29% of nonprofit fraud involves corruption or abuse of authority? Well, these statistics that she's reading is actually, again, pointing at us. We're somewhere in these percentages, right? People in positions of authority, um, corruption or abuse of authority, same thing is going on here. Did you know lack of internal controls is the number one cause of nonprofit fraud? Lack of internal controls. We don't have any internal controls. We don't have any checks and balances, no board of directors. There's no transparency, no internal controls. Thank you, Ms. Mintz. Dwayne, all of them need to be jailed. All of them. I am the PR. Paying tithes in G class can't be claimed on taxes. I was told it could be for years. And yes, you're right. um, if you pay tithes in G class uh, using a trackable system, money orders, checks, even if you use online app to withdraw from, you can track it and easily prove to the IRS, these are my total charitable contributions to this charity, right? And it will deduct taxes that you owe. However, today I'm learning that many people are telling members of House of Prayer that you can't claim it. And I think that that's because information is getting so jumbled up that at the headquarters, it's difficult for individuals or around the organization to come up with the same figure, the same total that you have. So now we have a discrepancy. And that discrepancy shows that somebody somewhere has not been doing their job of keeping accurate figures, right? Um, so it is a huge problem. Thank you. I am the PR. Um, Lena says, Dwayne, I'm with you on that. Right? How you doing, Lena? Um, Screen says, so does that mean that the house of prayer owes me income for my services in the kitchen? It absolutely means that. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Anybody that's worked anywhere, and thank you for asking that question. Like Golden Boy said earlier, all the members that worked anywhere in the house of prayer, and you got G class credit and you were not compensated, you are owed compensation. That's exactly what it means. Yes. And for those of you who want to tally up your numbers, send your information. Send to the email or reach out to Miss Mintz and Golden Boy, and we'll keep a log, and we can work on that, right? In order to recoup funds owed to you by right, because what they did was illegal. Okay. And I'm sure anybody who continues to work in the cafeterias or on the yards or whatever for G class, right? And it's not the bishop telling the people to do this, it's the chairmans, it's the district chairmans, it's the pastors. They're the ones, or club presidents are the ones seeking opportunities for their members to give their energy and their strength while working in these places to raise money to go to the house of prayer and not be compensated themselves for it. That is illegal. And yes, you're owed money if that was you. Yes, ma'am. Miss Mintz, working in that hot kitchen for hours, battling with the kitchen appliances that barely work. Yeah, you were doing a lot, and as a result of doing work that anybody within the field of law understands can be grueling and taxing, yeah, you deserve not only to be paid, it's unlawful to not pay you at all. Um, so, Glennis Shantz says, are convention centers included? Yeah, if you've worked anywhere on behalf of the organization and they did not compensate you, then you are owed compensation. Again, if anybody knows that you have given time and you were not paid for that time, according to the law, yes, you are owed. So reach out to us and let us know. And we'll go from there. Okay. If you try to do certain things on your own, okay, um, we hope for the best, but it would be much easier and much faster, much way more better to reach out to us. And I'm not going to say why, but it would be way, way, way better. So, absolutely. Um, Bine says, shut the cafeterias down. Time to pay up. 1 second. Yes. No. No. I'm trying to finish. I'm still on the video. I saw that and I said, okay. Anyway, I'm sorry, everyone. Let me let you go. Text me because I'm finishing the video now. Yes. Love you too. I'm doing a video. Text me. Bye, bye, bye. Um, our children, we love them. Sometimes they carry us to the edge. um, so Bine says, shut the cafeterias down. Time to pay up. They tell you it's a part of working out your soul salvation. Now, is it the cafeteria staff? Um, the answer is no. It's those at the top, right? Because the cafeteria staff is only going by what the system tells them to do. Okay. So again, there's ways of dealing with these issues. But yes, thank you, Bine. Miss Mint says, LOL. So they're going to have to pay me back, pay from when I was 8 years old. LOL. I started young. Again, there's ways of us dealing with all of this. But yeah, if they did not pay you, then they owe you, no matter what organization it's in. Any organization, you exchange your time and you're working, then they owe you compensation. um, uh, Brother Lewis, are you saying when I was paying tithes that my uh, goodness title went to the bishop? Um, my T goodness title, um, T goodness title went to the bishop. Well, okay. If you look in the Are You Aware, you'll see that house tithes goes to a P.O. box, right? So it's up in the air how that's routed and who that's going to and how it's split up and how it's divided and how it's deposited. There's a whole system for that. But that's house tithes, right? Money that comes to the local congregation gets put in a book, it gets counted, it gets deposited. House tithes. Members who send their tithes straight to Portal Drive doesn't go into the congregation, the local congregation, doesn't go on a book. Nobody knows what that amount is. It's not logged, it's not counted, it's not banked or deposited to be banked. There's no paper trail for it. It goes straight to Portal Drive in the name of the trustee. We don't know what happens from there, other than the fact it goes to the trustee. Now, there's individuals who have alerted us to the fact that tithes is the bishop's money. But why would they tell the members that it is? Why would they admit that? Why would they tell you that all your tithes are coming to me? They know that the tithes would plummet. They know people are not going to pay tithes going to you and love gift going to you. So that is the report. Now, we will learn and have it verified. But as it stands, this is why it's illegal to not have transparency. You can't see the books, especially in a nonprofit. It's also illegal for a CEO to let nobody in on anything. Again, this is why Mr. Cunningham is not in DC. This is why he's all over the place. Nobody keep up with him. Nobody knows where he is. He's not sitting still long enough for anybody to know where he is. That amongst other reasons. But the number one reason is he's literally on the run. Baby Blue, forgive my typing. I'm excited right now. Are you saying that my tithes, when I was paying them, went to the bishop? That's what I'm saying. And we have to prove that. But yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying. And so, again, we have to prove that. Now, I'm going to say this again. If the members got together in the organization, it would literally take us less than 2 weeks. I've been saying 3 weeks. We can do this in 2 weeks. Shoot, we can really do it in 1 week. If the members of the organization stood up and said, you know what, we're sick and tired of this, we're going to fix this. I can show you all how to change all of this in 1 week. But since the members are not standing up, it's taken us this amount of time. And I'm not going to say a whole lot more, but yeah, with that said, the members could, if things don't happen, the members could come together 3 weeks if they took their time, 2 weeks if they got on a ball, 1 week if the members got together and they were in a hurry. Literally 1 week. Literally. Okay. So with that in mind, I am the PR says, what about those that just paid out of pocket? Can they sue as well? Paid out of pocket, paid out of pocket. Well, yes. Again, if you give towards a nonprofit and the nonprofit did not do what you were told that the nonprofit does, if the nonprofit, the people over that nonprofit, if they did not use your money in the manner that they were supposed to, Golden Boy.
Actually, while we're on this topic, do you want to
Uh,
go ahead and play this audio of Rodriguez?
yes, sir.
All right, let's check it out.
Okay.
Effective immediately, I am suspending all raffle ticket selling until further notice. Regular door prizes with non-monetary prizes are still permitted, but no raffle tickets are to be sold until further notice. That's the black and white. That's the word of our leader. That's the word of God's elect and his choice. That's the word of the one that God speaks to. A lot of people want to talk about this and they want to talk about that. And some of them are malicious in what they say. But let me tell you what the Old Testament says. There was a man named Aaron and a woman named Miriam. Miriam was bold enough to say that, does God not speak to us too? Questioning the word and the authority of Moses. God got so angry with the two of them, he had a meeting. He didn't even let them inside the house of prayer. God met Aaron, he met Miriam, and he met Moses on the front steps of the house of prayer. God came down like he was coming down in a cloud. And he spoke to them. He said, if there be any prophet among you, I'll speak to them in visions and dreams. But my man Moses, I speak to him face to face. Bible also says that no man can see God and live. But God told Moses, I'm going to make you a God to Pharaoh. So when God deals with the man, he ceases to be just a man. The man is more than a man. And the Bible says that he'll be to you what you'll have him to be. If you want him to be your spiritual advisor, put your hand in Daddy Cunningham's hand. If you want him to be your chief executive officer with all the powers that pertaining to, put your hand in Daddy Cunningham's hand. You don't have to understand everything. All you have to understand is that God showed it to him, and he's now giving you what you need to know. Is anybody all right with it? I'm going to say it again. Is anybody all right with Daddy Cunningham? Now, if you're all right with Daddy
Struggling
Cunningham,
there.
no need for the text message. You can't be both. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. If you are right with Daddy Cunningham, don't get on the email trail. I ain't got no more email. If you are right with Daddy Cunningham, don't play telephone. You can't be all right with Daddy Cunningham and then do what Daddy Grace said, let your ears be a dumping ground. You all right with Daddy Cunningham, there's some things on YouTube you can't watch. If you all right with Daddy Cunningham, Because God speaks to the man, and the man speaks to us. Get ready to go on with youth service. They got to a point where the people, same man, they didn't want to hear Moses. They wanted to hear God for themselves. That didn't end so well for them. It's our blessing that God has sent us, his servants. Because where there is no vision, the people perish. And to have vision, you need a man with vision. That man is Daddy Cunningham. And he's the only one that I've met in this day and time that can do what he's doing. Because he is the only one. Now let's have a good time in this youth service, lifting up the name of the Lord. Everybody all right? Let's move forward and have a good time. Brother youth spokesman, come on out. Get this congregation fired up and let us.
Get this congregation. He ain't got no power. Lord have mercy.
It's a shame because, again, with the twisting of the scriptures, and I heard you snicker in the back, and I couldn't help it as well. But especially when he said, if you want him or need him to be your spiritual advisor, then he said he will be whatever you need him to be. You're putting him in the stead of the creator. When he told Moses, I am that I am, he's saying what you want or need me to be for you, that's what I will be, not the man. Moses was not the person that became whatever the people needed him to become for them. Well, it's a gross misrepresentation of the scripture. But that was it. And I'm sure Mr. Golden Boy and Ms. Mintz, they're going to go over this on their platform as well. We've talked a little bit about this. And I certainly don't want to spend too much more time talking about Mr. Murray, because we know that all he's doing is he's just, cheering. He's in the cheer section for Mr. Cunningham. Again, because he knows that if he goes down, he's going with him. Mm-hmm. You cannot possibly believe that Mr. Murray is saying the things he's saying because of his idea that I'm telling you what's best for you. Mr. Murray is, on paper, a beneficial owner. He's doing everything he can to protect his own interest in the organization, where he's doing things behind closed doors with Mr. Cunningham, including writing and filing documents and forms that you all don't know anything about. So when he does that, when he gets up and auction off a suit and say, just like handkerchiefs were blessed and went from Paul or the individuals in the New Testament, when they received the blessing from this cloth that came from the body of those men, well, what do you think a whole suit will do coming from Cunningham? What, are you crazy?
Oh, Lord.
It's bad.
Suit probably wasn't even dry clean before you got it. He probably got his dirty behind out of it, and then you slipped yours right on in there.
Yeah, it's just, people, listen. You can't make this up. Okay. But the answer, I am the PR. What about those that just paid out of pocket? I'm gonna just read real quick. Can a person who gives money to a nonprofit get their money back by way of the court if the leaders of the nonprofit does not use their contribution in the manner that was told to the contributor? Yes, a donor can potentially get their money back through the court system if a nonprofit's leadership misuses their funds. But doing so faces significant legal hurdles. Because donations are legally considered irrevocable gifts, once you give it, it's gone, you can't get it back. A donor loses ownership of the money the moment the charity accepts it. To recover the funds via a lawsuit, the donor must prove that a legally binding restriction was violated or that intentional fraud took place. What we know what's going on here is intentional fraud, and thus the loop, right? Mm-hmm. So can members get their money back here? Yes, because we're proving with legitimate evidence that the leaders in here have intentionally been defrauding us. Not just us, they've been defrauding the government as well. So once you prove that, um, then you have to establish a standing to sue, and you're talking about membership. Uh, Individual donors lack legal standing to sue a charity. In most states, the law views a charity's assets as belonging to the public, meaning only the state attorney general has the authority to sue them. To sue directly as an individual, you usually need a written gift agreement that explicitly grants you the right to enforce the terms or demand a refund if the agreement is breached. Civil fraud or misrepresentation: if the leaders knowingly lied to you about the money, how the money would be used, just to get you to write a check, you can sue them for civil fraud, conversion, which is theft, or fraudulent misrepresentation. So, what I'm saying in regards to suing the organization, I just read that you can't do that, right? But I know a way that you can. Now, are we trying to sue the organization? No. But to hold the organization accountable because of how the leaders have used the organization to siphon money from the people, you go and tie them together. And I'm not going to say any more about that. But there's ways to do these things. And I don't want to give anybody any hope more than what I already have. But you all are going to be so surprised, so surprised. With that said, um, Ian1 says, wow. Miss Mintz says, build wealth through trusts. Leaders can sell real estate, stocks, vehicles held by a trust. The cash proceeds flow back into the trust accounts, allowing them to reinvest the money or buy personal items, right? And it's talking about how money circulates around leaders, especially involved in nonprofits, that no one is tracking, right? I am the PR. It's not prepared properly. They don't burn the feathers off of the chicken wing.
Stop laughing, Brother Lewis. Stop. Stop laughing.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
They don't burn.
Mm,
Don't burn the feathers off the chicken wings. They season them and they come out. They come out well done, looking like they're in a state of shock. Oh, shucks. Y'all need to stop. Oh my goodness. She's talking about the people in the kitchen. Oh shucks. Miss Mintz says, did you know direct trustee distributions as sole beneficiary, the leader can transfer money directly to their personal bank account via checks, wires, or debit cards at any time. I'm sorry. I can't stop. Burning feathers off a chicken wing. Oh gosh.
That
No,
was pretty funny right there, though. I am the PR. We didn't see that on the screen, but I just gotta let them see that before we pass on to the next comment.
it didn't show. I thought I put it up.
No, it didn't show.
Oh gosh. Oh man.
Oh yeah, I
Oh,
had to scroll through and find that one.
some of these people are so comical.
Oh Lord.
But Miss Mint said, "Did you know?" Yeah, um, I did not know that. That's news to me. As sole beneficiary, the leader can transfer money directly to their personal bank account via checks, wires, or debit cards at any time. That's news. I didn't know that. And I should have known that. I did not know that. Wow.
That's crazy, and that's freaking
Yes.
huge.
Yes.
We
Wow.
talking about these trust funds, so are you? That suggests that maybe the trust funds could be empty.
Right. Could be.
Could
But
be
listen, we're going to be finding out. We're going to be finding out.
potentially,
Yes. Yes, sir.
potentially,
And
potentially.
I say, like that woman said on Meet Joe Black, woe be up.
Hmm.
Right. Let's go to the next comment. Uh, let's see. We have David. Tillman says, yo, I'm so glad I didn't pay no tithes.
Hmm. Hmm.
Now, see, back in the day, we would have said, you cursed.
It's so true. It's so true.
Now we know. Oh, gosh.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
Uh, and thank you, David. Baby Blue says, Lord have mercy on us. Lord have mercy on
Mhm.
us. Um, Also, I think I'm going to Bank of America and sit down with them because everything I did in the UHOP, I paid by check anyway. I want all my money back. But it's
Mhm.
not that easy. It's not that simple.
Mhm.
Reach out to us by email and we can go from there. Okay. Um, but again, there's ways of doing things. We have to jump through certain hoops. Um, so, with that in mind, um, Baby Blue says this is a crime, crying shame what they have done to the members of the House of Prayer. It is. It's downright. It's just pathetically sad. Pathetically sad. Does Portal Drive have a record, or did they keep records of our finances, or was that a lie from the pastors and the church secretary? I'm sure it's a lie. I'm absolutely sure it's a lie. After that first year, I'm sure they don't keep anything. I could be wrong, but in my mind, I'm sure when it comes to the members' personal finances, I could be wrong. I don't think I am. Because to keep all the members' personal records, it would do things that I just realized I can't say right now. And at the same token, if they don't have the people's records, it could do some things that they really don't want. Right. So again, they painted themselves into a corner. It's a catch 22. It's one of those situations where you're doomed if you do, and you're doomed if you don't. But they stepped all in this themselves, and they did this to themselves. Um, Baby Blue, if this information doesn't open up eyes that don't believe all that has been put out in the last almost 4 years, nothing will. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see. And yeah, it's a lot of information. Um, and Bine says 1960. That was the request from uh, Golden Boy. Somebody please type in the comments. um, Ms. Mintz, with all
Yep.
this information out there, don't continue to fall for the okie doke. Keep your money in your pockets. Baby Blue says, I'm on fire tonight, y'all. So please don't take me personal because what Brother Lewis is telling us right now is enough to make you cry and cry and cry and cry. Don't listen. This is all exciting. The purpose for this is to make people understand what we've been involved in and how we've been tricked and conned and manipulated into giving up our money and our energy and our strength, working all over the place as a part of this sham. Now we know. The good news is the people aren't keeping up. They're standing up. They're speaking out quietly, peacefully. They're not becoming, you know, um, they're not becoming outrageously uncontrollable, right? They're just waiting while also expressing their displeasure towards what they're hearing and seeing on these videos, as well as hearing from one another, right? People are upset, but keep your calm. Don't let it bother you. Take the information in, and we can come together to fix this immediately as members, or we can keep paying attention and sit back and watch what we do as we do what we're trying to do. It's taking longer because when you have to work around the system against people who have a lot of money to throw in different people's way and their direction, it's going to take you longer. That's the reality. But at the same token, we see members all around the organization no longer giving, no longer participating, no longer contributing, no longer going. And if all the members, every member who's ever been in this organization, come forward and stand up that fast, done forevermore, that fast. Okay. Somebody sitting under my name said, David, me too. Golden Boy, tell him don't mean to send that from Brother Lewis. This is one of in our group, our committee. We have people, I'm telling y'all, we got people working all over the place that y'all don't see. And we're still working it out. Like y'all see, we're ironing out the kinks. Ms. Corrine says, David, tell me, you took a chance of going to not paying tithes. I'm sorry, you took a chance losing your soul by not paying tithes, LOL. And yeah, we know now, right? We know now, we know better. Miss Miss, did you know direct trustee distributions? Okay,
you
so
saw that one.
this one.
Some of them might be repeating. Might have to skip down a little bit.
Okay. So Ms. Mintz, sure, you can get your money back if you hire an attorney. Yeah, attorneys would be helpful. However, if you do that, the attorneys are going to be in for a rude awakening.
Mm-hmm.
A rude awakening. This is why we didn't go that route, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we see things that everybody don't see. We're paying attention to things everybody's not paying attention to. So we're not going to go that route.
Nope.
They want people to go that route. They're prepared for people to go that route. You're going to run into brick walls all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not going that route. There's ways, and people are going to be chin on the floor.
Oh, no. Wait. Yes, we are. We are going that route.
Letting the cat out the bag.
Dang it.
Right. Ooh, I forgot. Shoot. Yeah. We're going that route. Dine said the elders have to pay for a credential that doesn't even stand up in the world, nor in a credit university. Right.
Accredited university, right.
You can't do much with it outside,
Mm-mm.
right? And that's
No, they won't even let a house of
Mhm.
legitimate churches won't even let a house of prayer preacher speak at their church, like preach. They might let them say a prayer, but that's about it.
Yeah,
That's about it.
they know in here we're not teaching anything, and
Hmm.
the people becoming elders, they're not mandated to take lessons or courses or classes or be certified or licensed in anything, not even permitted.
Hmm.
When you have a CEO who wants to be a preacher, come on down. And he said, Pookie, I know you ain't walking down this aisle.
Hmm.
Like, man, whatever, man.
Hmm.
Pookie got all kinds of problems,
Hmm.
right? Um, anyone. Now,
Pookie just did a transaction in the bank of in the back of the sanctuary.
this is what I was getting at.
Hmm.
And there's no question about what you know, what you studied, how you walk before the people. I mean, nothing. Not outside, they're not going to go for that. Well, some places now, but yeah, it's people don't respect credentials in our organization.
Well, they just so you know too, some of the members in the comment section, I only made that reference because of the current pastor over at Saints Paradise, Brother Dwayne, um, in his written statement, made mention of pushing uh, uh, pushing patients, things that were assigned to them by their doctor, and then trading those little round things for some green paper, selling items that were given to patients by their doctors by
Wow.
mandate, where the doctor signs on that little square piece of paper. They've been selling it on House of Prayer premises and also doing it in front of the youth, selling it also to the youth, and also selling it to adults. And this is just from the patients at the nursing home where they are, where he said that they are taking the meds, or the little round things rather, from the patients and then selling them at the church. So there are actually some preachers that are the plug. So yeah.
When all of these things come forward, anybody, ooh, just stand by for standby is what we used to say in the military.
Hmm.
Stand by for standby.
Hmm.
And so all of that's going to be taken care of. Stand by for standby.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, it's terrible to even hear that. Um, Members, the sooner we come together, it's all over. Um, Miss Mint says, that's my guess at Baby Blue. Um, I am the PR. Choirs marching in with money in hand, bands playing after every selection, right? The longer the program, the more money. Choirs, bands,
I got
maids.
vacuum in here before I lay down.
Ah,
Oh, I'm sorry. No, me in here talking. I said I need to vacuum before I lay down. I thought I was on mute. Sorry.
no problem. King says, and we're coming up on the end of the comments. King says, bringing that coin to the front, right? All the choirs, all the bands, all the maids, bringing that money, bringing that coin to the front. Miss Miss, Lord, I've unknowingly hit so many little girls while up there directing the choir, right? By mistake. But you got to keep going, keep singing. Right? Um, you just act like, it was a part of the show. Uh, Free mind. Wow. Wow. Brother Perry, hey, it's a racket, not ratchet. LOL. Although it is ratchet. LOL. He's making a joke about me calling it a racket. What's going on in here? I used to be a tennis player. My mind sometimes. But yes, it's a ratchet, ratchet, right? A criminal enterprise. Okay, what they're doing in here is a whole ratchet. um, Thank you, Brother Perry. Um, no, it's not fair that the bishop supports one house or auxiliary over another by giving separate donations, but he does, yeah. And again, this is is showing us that there's so many things unfair about what we do. How can he be what he claims to be if he's assisting by giving to some, not to others, doing for others and not for some, right? You have picks and favoritism. It's impossible. This can't be a legitimately just and fair system when we talk about G class. Miss Mintz says, since Gangsta Boo Maddie is the primary stakeholder, do you think she cut us off? As in, she is no longer giving money through her trusts now. That's a good question. I haven't thought about that. But there has been things that we see in the past where she was contributing money all kinds of directions, right? What we don't see is her doing that anymore. And you may be right. She probably did stop after we began to expose everything that's going on in here. Because if you also are putting out money in your name, well, things are going to come back to you too. So you kind of stop because you don't want your name out there involved in this stuff. And this is why we're saying she let go of the Lady D Scholastic Achievement Awards program and listen, this is now yours. Sister Debbie Cunningham is hers. Trying to get her name off. It's too late. The damage has been done. We said before, you cannot unscramble scrambled eggs. Cannot be done. Peace abides. Says maintenance issues are rampant. Houses can't get items replaced, such as air conditioners. The houses send tithes to the headquarters, but no money is funneled back to the houses for maintenance. Right. All this money going there is going and flowing in one direction. But the houses need something. Well, pastors, get the members to raise it. The members are raising everything. And you have these millionaires sitting at the top, living off of these members at the bottom. Right? All of this is illegal activity. Here, thank you for that. Peace abide. They continue, says, correct. It's not just the tithes, it's G-class funds as well that the houses forward to headquarters that are never funneled back to the individual houses. However, the members allow it, right? They don't see that money. And there's nothing ever that the members see because the leader's not going to show anything. They're not going to share anything. Telling it says, services are free money events. Yes, they are. Free money events for the bishops and his wives and whoever else is included. Services are free money events. We pay for space to sell. Choirs coming down with funds ranging from $1 to $100 per member. You see, y'all didn't know that. A lot of choir members, thank you for pointing that out, telling it. A lot of members did not know that some of the choirs come down with $100 bills. If you got 50 choir members, $5,000. Some bands give that. Some bands give more than that. Some choirs give more than that. So again, when he extends a program, all he thinking is cha-ching. He doing that song, cha-ching, cha-ching, blah bling, blah bling. That's all he doing. Why he
And think too about how proud like we are when we're in the choir and we got our robe on and we got that $100 bill up in the air. I mean, you walking down that aisle with an attitude. You know what I'm saying? Like you giving it everything.
right? Strutting, right? You're in the spotlight.
Mm. What about the ones doing 500 coming down?
Yep, strutting. And also that we didn't get, did y'all see that? We didn't get 2 minutes. We got 3 minutes, right? It's like Lonnie Anderson. You see me? I'm washing lettuce. 2 weeks from now, I'll be on fries, right? It's the equivalent of that. We're getting little teeny tiny whatever, and we're paying the most money to get it. Top bands, you get to play anywhere in the organization, and you get the best spot. But to do that, you got to work, 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 give, 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 eat ramen noodles, breakfast, lunch, dinner. You can change it up a little bit. Put some cinnamon, change it up with pepper flakes, right?
Hey, can y'all let us know in the comments too? Because I'm getting reports that Dolores Madison is still throwing money at people. Recently down in Miami. So if you know of her having done that recently, let us know in the chat if you've seen Dolores Madison still throwing money at people in the organization.
Yeah, there has to be something that they're doing, and this is what Golden Boy is getting at. But what they do is so secluded. It's so it's done in ways that are not easily, readily uh, recognized by the members, right? And it's intentional. And so exactly what he said. If y'all hear, you see what they're doing and how they're doing it, let us know. um, Telling it says exactly. There's a profile that states the bishop makes $290 million for the leadership roles. How can he afford to do that? The problem with that is there's no set amount of money. That would be something that the board of directors would set up, right? But that would be considered excessive if you are the leader of a nonprofit to have that much money coming in per year. 200 and oh, wait a minute, 290,000. I'm sorry. It states the bishop makes 290,000 for the leadership role. Can you find that and send that to us so we can see what you're talking about? That's interesting. I've never heard that. Never even seen this. I tallied up one time how much I modestly calculated that the bishop is getting a year. And it easily in total over 445 million dollars. Easily. I was being modest with the numbers.
Yeah, I guess right around 500 million.
Yeah, easy. People don't believe that. But when you begin to state the amounts of offerings coming in and the routes that money's coming in, easy. That's not even to mention how much Miss Dolores is getting that no one knows anything about. People, I'm telling you all. Um, the Gemini Music Show, and Eagle, 400 jewels. I don't know what that is, but that's a cute little bird. Um, I think that has to do with the other channel. But thank you for sending.
Yeah, it did.
uh, Brother Perry, part of the state assessments is to pay for counsel uh, to go visit each house during convocation to investigate its maintenance. And I know that to be true. But the problem is, what are they investigating if the houses are falling apart? Now, we know that they're doing this. We know they're going around. We know that, they're supposedly inspecting, but the houses are falling apart. Like I said, I have pictures of the ceiling being separated from the wall. I don't know who knows about real estate, but if you do, you know that that's a structural problem. When you see the outside cracks going up the mortar, the seams of a brick wall, you got some major foundational problems, right? So why are we not taking care of these issues? They're expecting the pastor to get the members to take care of this. People, listen, it's time. Thank you, Brother Perry. Black Diamonds. Good evening, everyone. Do you have a recording of 4th of July weekend in Norfolk? He was telling the members about his life before he became an elder. I heard about that. I haven't listened to it yet. I haven't had time. I need to go back and do this. But I was told that he was talking about different things that he used to do out in the world. To people who told me, so he was trying to make it sound like, he's one of us, right? I'm just a normal, everyday individual. Well, we knew that already. We don't believe and buy any longer that you are this individual who's endowed with power from on high. We just know better now.
Yeah, and if you were so powerful, some of that remnant should have been with you before you got the seat and should have kept you out the streets. You should
Yeah,
have been being prepared.
there's one recording where he talked about being chosen from birth.
Mm-hmm.
And now that makes you think, because if you're chosen from birth to do what you're doing, remember, separated from Mary's womb. This is just bad. It's just bad. Telling it, the members have to pay upwards of $2,000 for his food when he comes to visit your state. It's just pathetic. And again, all of this is fraud. It constitutes fraud. Because if you're getting love marches, and then people forget every single week, pastors are taking up more love gift in 137 congregations. And all that money comes when he comes to visit after the love march, after the money's sent down the aisle during the program, after the bands give and the choirs give and the people give, and money passed as he's arriving. Then the bus reports, right? And each pastor, it's a lot of money. I am the PR. Even after all of this information, people will still give $2,000 for convocation. It makes you wonder. But they're good at making people feel good. They're good at flattery. They're good at lifting people up to make them and encourage them to come and give that money. When you run out of money, you're not going to get that attention anymore. They put their eyes on the next big donor, right? So the idea is we're going to be stopping all of this, but we could do it sooner if we come together. As we finish up the comments, again, if we don't come together, then sit tight as we still try to finalize what it is that we're working on. Um, David says, I tried to tell him, but I'm crazy. LOL. People think you're crazy because you tried to tell them to open up their eyes. Don't do this. Don't give all that money. Don't. Oh man, you crazy. You don't know what you're talking about, man. That's the man right there. That's the man who got the keys right there. That's the last man right now in the world today. That's the greatest man on earth. All that. They would say, okay, I'm the crazy one though. I would have called him crazy. And I now look back and see, no, something was wrong with my box of Fruit Loops. I was missing a few loops. um, Be that exactly. Those credentials mean absolutely nothing whatsoever in the real world. And you're right. They mean nothing. They can get you into a hospital after hours, right? Maybe into a prison, but literally you can't do much else with it. Just a few things, but it's not recognized by other religious facilities and institutions. As Kareem says, Porter Drive is not keeping evidence. You should have kept your receipts. You have evidence, and you should keep records for at least 7 years. That's enough to speak for years of records you don't have. And this is accurate. In fact, that's information that tax advisors tell people also. Keep records that go back 7 years. 7 years. Why? Because the statute of limitations go back 7 years. And this is biblical too, right? The year of Jubilee is when every 7 years, all debts are eliminated. And that's where it comes from in the credit system. So David says, and thank you, that's Kareem. Kareem. David says, so dig this is the season for all to be revealed, right? That's what it's looking like. Everything is coming out. We thought it was going to be 2024. That's when it started. And since then, just been dropping all kinds of whatever. And now that you've been listening to this platform, Golden Boy and Miss Mint's platform, and others putting things together out there on TikTok and more on YouTube, and others assembling information, you cannot ignore what's being put out now. It's just way too much. And if you are ignoring it, it's because you just don't want to acknowledge the truth. I know this hurts, but it is what it is. And the sooner we accept it, the sooner we can get over it and do something about it. Miss Miss, yep, all will be revealed. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. David, oh, I had to leave my aunt's funeral because I refused to put on a mask. Wow. See right there. Look at the date. And time might not have run out. Let us know the details and we can look into it. I was told I couldn't be in service without a mask, and I just left out my aunt's funeral in Huntersville. This is so sad. I'm sorry to hear that. But again, now you know. Look at the date. There may be something that we can do about that because they shouldn't have done it. And for people saying, well, how dare y'all sit there, house of prayer, just trying to get people money? No, we're not trying to get people money in the house of prayer. We're not trying to go after people's money. The leaders of the house of prayer has been trying to take our money, and they've been succeeding for over 100 years. House of prayer, just trying to get people, the leaders, right? So Golden Boys at Black Diamonds, I do have a copy. Can you email me and I'll send it to you? Right? That was for Black Diamonds. We do have copies of Newport News. So reach out and we can shoot you that as well. Telling it. I heard members say, if D put a dog on the mountain, follow it. We already several greedy dogs masked as bishops. Yeah. And this is what I was saying. We've been following it. Now's the time to open up our eyes, see the truth for what it is, to reject lies and accept truth. Right? And this has been the problem. Even the scripture warns us against this. Um, they continue telling it. It says, those are the words of Mr. Madison. No, no, no. That was Mr. McCullough. That's right. Um, Mr. M. Mr. McCullough said that. I remember I was there at 6 and M Street on the left side in the front of the aisle behind Kings of Harmony when he said this. Miss Mintz, well, technically he was chosen by Gangsta Boo Maddie, though, right? Gangsta Boo Maddie. He didn't choose her, she chose him, he said. And David says, I've sat in the seat on several occasions, and yet I'm still here. What David is saying is, at some point in time, they either snuck in the house of prayer because they wanted to see what's going to happen, and they got up there and sat down in that seat. Nothing happened. Said he sat up there several times, and yet he's still here. I can imagine David sitting here and just playing, right? Nothing happened. People, the thing is that we've been hoodwinked. And David, I would love to hear more about that story. Boy, I know who you are. Tell him, LOL, we grew up together. Let me go to the next one.
That's all right. Tell them who I am. It ain't no secret.
To my understanding, since the UHOP is private property, they can require masks. Yes, and most people think that, but no, check your state. Check your state. And keep in mind, the House of Prayer is not private property. As a nonprofit, we can't be private property. And again, these are the things that they trick the people into believing. This is private property and we want them all. No, it's not private. If you are a nonprofit, you are not private. And you all check that out. Y'all go to Google, go to ChatGPT. Ask, is a nonprofit organization a private property? Or are they a public institution? Right? But yes, Ms. Mintz, I too thought that for a long time. And when it comes to private versus public, again, we have to understand that the laws differ in different states. So, very good. Bine says, I was recently at a funeral and was told that I needed to wear a mask. And I said, no, I'm not a member and you can't make me wear one. I told him, it's not even federal mandated to wear masks anymore. And this is true. I wonder what became of that, right? And it's true. DJ, we just went to the United House of Prayer in Indianapolis. Okay. It said this Sunday. Okay. How'd it turn out? Ms. Mintz says it's private property. They can require masks. No different than if you visit someone's home, you must take off your shoes. Yeah, look into that.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Right. So with that in mind, I'm gonna let y'all look at it so we can finish the comments.
Mm-hmm.
And Dave, I don't mean anything. Um,
Put it on the screen.
oh, yeah, I was just wondering. It's private property. So next one. Um, David, boy, stop. LOL. All we ever had to do was think. um, well, but you're still chasing daddy's club. You daddy club chasing people.
Mm-mm-mm.
Okay.
We done all been there.
Yeah. The
Hmm.
bands should get paid more for than the pastors. And that's a good point.
It
Um,
is. The
right.
bands get paid absolutely nothing, and they do pretty much all of the work. I think
Yeah.
the bands, now don't get me wrong, I'm not taking away from the choirs, because they can get up there and they can sing hard, and the organist can play the organ hard and all of that. But the bands, they put in the most work. They put out the most in a service, like pouring out to the people. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
They do. So,
Yeah. And they're the ones that bring in the bacon.
yep. They're the
Um,
reason why I'm not a knock to them, but they are the reason why a lot of these leaders are able to make uh the collections that they're able to make because of how well the bands play.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The bands are the number one thing that pulls people, period. Right.
Yeah.
Telling it says, I bet after this live tonight, the UHOP will no longer require masks to be worn in service. Text green game over. That is that's what we're looking for.
Mm,
We're looking
yeah.
for more announcements. David said, there goes the same control practices. Continues to say the gig is up.
Mhm.
Janine says, I'm okay, okay, I'm real late. What's going on? Hi, everyone. Oh, Janine, you're going to love it. If you go back to the beginning, yeah, you're going to love tonight's live. Love your enemies. A lot of the band members where I attend don't wear masks at all. Yes, they've been getting away with it because, of course, they're going to play, right? But when they put their horn down, they know what they're doing. They're not putting their mask back on because they're sick and tired of the masks.
Mhm.
All right. So what I'm saying is the mandate is over. Um, you cannot be forced to wear a mask. You cannot be forced to take a jab. You can't be forced to show a card before you ride the buses. All that stuff. You're not even supposed to be paying for a seat on the bus. It's illegal, right? And that's what we're doing. We're covering all these things, not everything, but we're showing you a lot around the G class and a few other income streams in the house of prayer. Just a few. We're showing you that they're illegal. So that slowly but surely the members will wake up to this. Wait a minute, that's illegal? Yes. And it's the main things. The mask wearing, come off of those masks. The buses with masks and shot. Nope. Come off of that. Mm-mm. The charging of seats. Nope. Come off of that. The G class program in its entirety. Nope. Illegal. Fraudulent. Rallies, raffles. It's illegal gambling, right? Um,
Mhm.
all of this stuff, the food being sold on the yard, the way the money's being
Mhm.
collected.
That include everything on the yard for convocation. That means anything being sold outside, whether it's Wilhelmina punch or a chicken wing, a piece of cake, a soda, candy, all of it.
110%. And all you ones out there working, not getting paid, if you're doing it for G class, not only should you be compensated. Now that's tricky because the question is asked, will be asked, were you asked to be out there doing that? If you say no,
Hmm.
you volunteered to do it. Well, now there's no compensation. But
Hmm.
at the same token, if you volunteered to be out there and you were not asked, now you're aiding and abetting.
Hmm.
If you was not asked to be out there, you chose to be out there, you're aiding and abetting.
Did they ask you to be here? Yes, sir, Daddy.
right? It's kind of, either you're going to help yourself or you're going to hurt yourself.
Yeah.
If you're out there choosing to do what you're doing, you're part of the illegal acts that's
Hmm.
taking place within the organization.
Wait, there was a judge recently that was out during um the music festival in Charlotte, and she was having people to sign up, and that was when they introduced the QR codes that they copied from our little rally, and they were a little bit worried about whether or not the members would be able to scan the QR codes to be able to, pay to get on whatever, to be a part of whatever program it was they were offering. I did get the flyer, but just very interesting. All of those individuals, um, just know now that it's in your best interest to not participate in those types of functions moving forward. Now that you know.
Yeah, so many people have backed away, backed off, pushed their seat away from the table. I'm done with
Yeah.
this, want no parts of this. And that's all good. But in order to
Hmm.
bring about change, we need to not push away. We need to stop and
Hmm.
then demand one thing, a meeting where the people can come together and do one thing
That's right.
that fixes everything in here, just like that.
And let me add this too, because like people like to say, "Oh, they're a judge. It must be right." No, it actually suggests that the judge knows that he or she knows what they're doing is wrong, and they know that you don't know.
hmm And
So,
there's many things that judges look at and they don't say a word because they know that you don't know.
hmm
And inside the courtroom, they can't say anything
hmm
if you don't know. But if you know, you got a green light.
hmm
But if you don't, right?
hmm
Um, telling it says, I heard that's been done. The band members taking their mask down, not putting their mask back on was the last comment. Um, Individuals did not know, don't realize that you don't have to wear a mask. You can turn it down. Um, and on the buses, again, that's not uh, the law. Check your states to verify. I need to say that again. David said, I ain't never been on to hold my tongue. I've never been one to hold my tongue, and that's why I have my name and not no made up name to hide behind. Yeah, I appreciate that. Uh, but again, we'll appreciate everybody who comes on. Um, but I also want to say thank you for tidying up how you express yourself. So, as you can see, a lot of us don't have made up names. A lot of us, we're out front in the open. A lot of us, you know, not only aren't hiding, but we go right out. And some of us are now not going out to keep peace because things are in such a way that we need to do
hmm
certain things a certain way so that things can happen.
Or, if you grew up with Golden Boy, then you would know who Golden Boy is. Or, you can just go back and look at some of our previous videos if you want to know who I am. But, there's pictures on my Facebook, you know.
Yeah. Again, we appreciate all of the viewers and definitely Dave. Just continue hanging in here, man, and watching
Oh,
and
yeah, definitely,
stay tuned
definitely.
because you may be of service to us and helpful down the line while we
Yeah,
continue
yeah.
doing what we're doing. Right. Uh, and Mr. What do you believe? How are we, sir? Um, St. Louis, you are a blessing. No matter the outcome, you've helped me heal. People are listening. Thank you. I'm grateful for that. Grateful that we're all in the position to where we can do our little teeny tiny bit in order to assist one another. Um, Many of you don't realize how much of a help you are to me. I'm glad to hear that what we're doing is helpful to you all. All we have is one another, and the hope is that we all turn and direct our attention towards our Father, who is the provider of us all. Hopefully, we can continue to practice and implement things to be an encouragement as well as a motivation for one another to constantly and consistently do better and get better as we all continue to heal and move forward from the abuse that we're coming from in our past, especially the members of this organization, as well as those of you outside that's dealt with situations like this or know of individuals who've dealt with situations like this. It's not easy coming out of a painful place. You see individuals, sharing that they're crying, that they're angry, that they're emotional, because people have feelings. And the scripture tells us it's okay to be angry, it's okay to be mad, be angry, but sin not. Um, Feel the emotion, express the emotion, and then let's move forward so that we can do what's necessary to put this behind us as we come away from it. So all that means is holding people accountable and getting them out. We don't have to become belligerent. We don't have to get out of, you know, um, the way, right? We can do that quietly, peacefully, deal with it, be done with it, and then take care of whatever we need to after that. So when I talk about the members coming together, it's not because we're trying to get somebody. This is not a personal vendetta. This is the law of the land saying, wait a minute, you've been breaking all kinds of laws. So far, I'm at 51 charges. You all just have no idea. But I wanted to come on and piggyback what I was told Miss Mintz and Golden Boy have been talking about pertaining to the announcement on Thursday to share with the members so that you all would know this is not his generosity. This is him getting caught. This is him
Mm-hmm.
trying to skirt around the law.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So the members need to understand we're dealing with criminals. That's exactly
Mm-hmm.
what they are. Well,
Yep.
we appreciate you, Mr. What do you believe? Um, um, and David says, hey, let me put my glasses on. LOL. I know I can't see. LOL. Anybody got some olive oil? You got jokes. um, Mr. What do you believe? Hey, now, watch it. I love my job at Cheeseburger Queen. I'm the best fried guy, and I love my job. About Lonnie Anderson. They been doing that from the Rivers days. Uh-oh. Um, Love your enemies. My husband loves Breaking Bad. A must watch. Yeah, it's a lot of lessons. I watched it back in the day. So many. I watch things for lessons I can get out of it. But so many lessons, and set the settings on closed captioning so you can mute. For those of you who got sensitive ears, you can mute before they say certain things. But it's such a powerful series. Um, but yes, many of you that, and I talk about, West Wing, so many others that we can learn from, right? And it is a must watch. And it shows how you never know individuals that look like whatever. No, these people are doing some serious things in the house of prayer and other organizations. You're looking at leaders you would never even imagine that they're involved in all kinds of things. And yet here they are, right? Um, David says they on the run. Telling it says he got street cred. Um, they also said, do the math. She's outlived four bishops, secretaries, etc. Right? I think she's 90 or going on 91. Um,
91.
91. Okay. Mr. Grace, there's a picture that Golden Boy Miss Mintz has where Mr. Grace is on the float. But if you look at his age compared to the little girl who's on the float with him, that shows you the age gap, right? So, yes, under Mr. Grace's wing, as a child under him is something else. When we say, well, they were back there in Mr. Grace's day, we think, good gracious, what are they, 248 years old? No, they're a child while he was 60 or whatever age. So, yeah, Mr. McCullough came, they're still growing up. Mr.
Have you
Madison,
seen
growing up.
have you
Uh,
seen this one? Because the one that you were speaking of on the float, I said that that was thought to be her, but it was unconfirmed, and it's still unconfirmed. But this one is confirmed.
yeah, that looks
It
like
had it has her name on the top as well, and we you can't really tell right here, but we suggest that maybe they're even holding hands on this one because of how her arm is extended away from her side, standing next to him. So we talked about this one in the comments as very interesting,
oh,
for
wow.
sure.
This is my
And
first time seeing this one.
yeah, this is them in Cuba.
I would love to have that in my records.
I'll send it right over to you. Sure will.
There's some, especially because of what you just said, right?
Hmm.
There's things that, you know, what your eyes don't see, it says a whole lot.
Hmm.
But yeah, this is a very, very powerful picture. Um, and thank you for sharing that.
Hmm.
Uh,
Give me one sec. I'm gonna send this and then I'll pull that one right off the screen for you.
yeah, that's
Boom.
all good. I'm just going through the
There you
comments
go.
still. Okay, thank you.
Hmm.
Uh, David says, LOL, y'all funny. Keep it real, bro. Stop sugarcoating it. I see y'all done cut my messages, LOL, but you can't stop me from being heard. No, we're not trying to stop anybody from being heard.
No, not at all.
Yeah, but there's certain things, of course, that we want to look out for to make sure that we're respectable to everybody, um, and that we give you the respect that we ask for as well. And that's everybody. So again, I say I appreciate you sharing and even curbing your comments. Um,
Absolutely.
and continues to say, man, this is not just the UHOP. All organized religion is corrupt. And yes, you're spot on. Absolutely. Well, not all, but a lot all over the place. And y'all hear us say quite often, it's not just a house of prayer. So you're right, David. Uh, this is all over the place, all over the place. But some places are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Some
I
places,
just heard,
right?
um,
Oh
Brother
yeah.
Joseph, I just heard a preacher say, the Holy Spirit told me to tell you to donate to give a seed of such and such and such and such, and they put a dollar amount on
Mm, yeah. To get what they're trying to get, to put a price on everything that they're doing, right?
it. Hmm.
And again, it just goes to show when they're concerned more about that dollar instead of the people, watch out. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, and as an example, I'm gonna mention again IV Baptist Church of Newport News, you know,
Hmm.
doing it the right way. And there's so many other examples of doing it the right way. We just know of them. But yeah, you're right, Dave. He said, "Let me in, Coach. um, let me in." LOL. Quit playing. Um, y'all gonna get beat up putting all this out. No, no, we're not.
No, not at all.
Says yes. I plead the fifth. So could this turn into a class actions lawsuit? Well, reach out to us, right? First things first, reach out to us. The fact of the matter is, people have been doing things wrong, and we don't want people to do things wrong. But the
Right.
law is there so that when people do things wrong, there's things that you can do in order to um, rectify that wrong, right?
Hmm.
To have a resolution set. If I wrong you, why am I getting mad because you don't like me wronging you?
Hmm.
Does this make sense? If I wrong you, I break into your house, I steal your wife's jewelry. I'm getting mad because you're coming at me with a baseball bat. There's something wrong with this. You have the right to crack my skull if I break into your house and I steal your wife's jewelry. You have that right. The law will protect you. Why? Because I broke into your house. And if you're afraid for your life, you can't plan. If I'm sitting here and I drop the jewelry and I'm outside, my hands are okay, all right, I'm leaving it alone. You have the right to call the police, I can get arrested. But the law says force with force. So anybody who teaches or know anything about self-defense, um, if you come at me with a punch, right? You're gonna just punch.
Hmm.
I go and pull something out. Pop, pop, pop. No, that's not self-defense. I'm going to jail because I did not meet force with force.
Hmm.
But if I come to your home in the middle of the night, you wake up because you hear a noise and you have a baseball bat, you crack me in the back of the head. And if you crack my skull out, the law going to say, we're not going to do anything because you shouldn't have broken into their house. They get up in the middle of the night. They're not thinking rationally. They're thinking protect. I have a stranger in my house. I don't know what they're here for. So the laws are there to do certain things for individuals who's out here hurting and harming and wronging other people. In the house of prayer, the leaders and people helping the leaders have been wronging everybody in here. How dare they get angry or upset if people says, no, we're not going to take this. And now that we're learning about it, no, no, we're going to do something about this. So you come into the right people and you push the wrong buttons, everybody not going to just keep on letting you push their buttons. So now we're at a point where people are waking up. And this is something that the leaders have never wanted. They never wanted the people to wake up. Now they are. And we're about to do what's necessary to clean house so that the members can be taken care of instead of taken advantage of. And anybody outside the organization who needs assistance, that's what the nonprofit should have been doing in the first place. Um, man, y'all act like y'all straight out of comic book. I don't know what that means, but okay, we'll take it. Um, so stop censoring me. It's all good, David. Um,
No one's censoring you, trust me. Stop being so doggone emotional. We're gonna get to you. It's one comment at a time,
Dave
Lord.
wants to be heard.
We
The Gemini.
ain't gonna infringe on your First Amendment right.
We've been eating undone smokes and half cooked chicken for all of our lives, right? Just got used to it. I thought that's what they're supposed to taste like. I've had so many undone smokes and uncooked chicken. Um, Knock on wood, telling it. There are a lot of empty seats when AD comes to town. Yeah, it's now many people not listening to the recordings. People get recordings and just delete them. They just get them off their phone. They don't want to hear nothing. People are just so done. They're done. And they're looking forward to change. They're looking forward to us fixing this. And what I'm telling people is don't wait on us. Join in with us. Let us all fix it. We can do it faster. It'll be way easier, way simpler, and we can do much more together. However, if you're not there yet, don't worry about it. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. However, if you're waiting on us, then just know it might take another day or 4 or 14. Okay, but just know that we're taking care of it. Um, but His will must be done. His will be done. Our Father's will is what we want, not our will. It's all about His will. Thank you, telling it for sharing that with us. There's a lot of empty seats now. Um, uh, I plead the fifth says cursed with a curse. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Um, Cursed with a curse, telling us says absolutely. It said check out secretary filings 10,000 um, and Murray holding a position with the UNCGF, United Negro College. Yes, I think he's a vice president, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he is at the United Negro College Fund.
Yeah. So y'all see, we've been doing some homework, and
Hmm.
there's a lot that we. Um, so just keep watching. Um, Telling it says Murray holding a position on the UNCF, is this a conflict of interest? It can very well be,
It
um,
could be.
right? But keep in mind, everything that looks wrong, people are not going to identify it as wrong. Today, we're living in a time, y'all hear me carefully. It's not what you know, it's who you know.
Hmm.
That's what's going on right now. So there's a lot that people don't see, and we have to keep things a certain way so that people also don't see a lot. And for those of you who don't understand, don't worry about it. When we get done, we're going to be explaining a lot of things, like how certain things happened and how certain things got undone. So what you don't see today, don't worry about it. We're going to come back and revisit all these things. Um, Telling it says having keyboard issues tonight. No problem. We have keyboard issues all the time. Religion is fake news. Baddie says, um, yes, a lot of religious institutions is absolutely fake. Only to find out our own has been. Telling it says, if Charlotte stops giving, uh, this United House of Prayer thing will crumble. We used to think like that as well. Come to find out, there's a lot of money coming in and sitting in different places that people know nothing about. Uh, but again, so many things are going to be coming forward later. Just keep staying tuned, stay tuned. And for those of you saying, but you keep saying that it's going to be long, we've been waiting and waiting. $0 versus billions. $0 versus billions.
Hmm.
They're not going to just let us walk in and escort them out the door and say thank you. They're going to use dollars to do everything they can to stop what we're doing. Obviously, somebody is helping us. We have $0 versus billions. How's it possible for us to have done everything that we've been able to accomplish?
Hmm.
Uh, Somebody, our Father knows what He's doing. This is impossible. Mr. Cunningham said that this is going to be over soon. He said this in the beginning of last year. Don't worry about YouTube. He said people are going to be arguing and fussing. They're going to be coming at each other, and just the whole thing going to fall apart. None of that is. If y'all can't see somebody prophesying whose prophecies don't come to pass, 15th chapter, 18th chapter of Genesis, no, Deuteronomy, tells us that that's the test of a prophet. And if their prophecies don't come to pass,
Then they prophet lying.
they prophet lying. And the scripture
Hmm.
said,
Hmm.
rock them to sleep. But we're not living in that day. So how dare
Hmm.
Mr. Murray say that we're in that day where we have a modern day Moses? No, we don't. If he was a Moses, he'd be rocked to sleep because he would have been proven a false prophet a long time ago. The Israelites wouldn't have put up with that. We just need to understand to call things as we see it. Stop calling
Yeah.
a liar a saint or a man of whatever, a woman of whatever. Call a
Don't
spade,
leave my big daddy.
right?
Murray said don't leave his daddy, you know. I mean, he was campaigning for him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And again, you know, we're almost there. Telling it says like you somebody, right? Absolutely. Um, I am the PR. Says I wonder if our money is paying for some of their dentures. Um, I'm sure they are. Our money's paid for everything, everything. Um, Telling it. There's a document that states contact Dr. L. Murray, Director of Special Projects at the United House of Prayer. Is this conflict of interest? UNCF position. It could be. Let us see the document that you're speaking of, um, so that we can look into that. Just send it to our email. Um, Golden Boy says, "Preach, y'all tuning in." uh, Telling it. The walk was to fund the music festival. Oh, wow. That's an interesting take. I didn't think of that. But he said that the money was staying. But again, here we go, because we can't believe everything that they say, right? Very well could have been. Did you register? Because everything they say is free. We've now learned that it's not free. There's nothing that these bishops have given to the members, to the people, even outside. Um, David says, my mom was a longtime G class secretary. That's why I was able to have free range of the mother house. Oh, wow. Sitting up in this bishop's chair. um, Telling it says, knowledge is power. Once you come into the truth, you can never deny it. And hopefully that's what we're hoping will happen, that people will not deny the truth any longer. David says, let's start schools, change our diets, grow our own food, raise our own livestock and housing. Then we will be on track. Tell you what, David, come forward, write a list, help us out, because you're talking our kind of talk, right? These are the things that we've been talking about, and some. And people on day one, what we're setting up, every member of the organization is going to be completely surprised on day one. And you're going to sit back, I guarantee you, and say, what in the world were we thinking? We could have what on day one? Just saying. Telling it says,
There's a member who is she's not aligned with what we're doing,
mm-hmm,
but she's a event planner, wedding planner, Anyway, they were planning a wedding at a house of prayer, and they draped a decoration over the bishop's chair, and they were fined and told that that is the mercy seat. So to the fellow that said that your mother was the secretary, I just need to know as a child, when you sat in the seat playing as a little boy, did the spirit of the Most High fall on you? Did you speak in tongues? Did you start to shout? Did you go through any type of healing experience? What type of miracles did you experience having allegedly sat in what House of Prayer leaders refer to as the mercy seat?
That part. Why is that important? The mercy seat in the scripture is the lid that sits on top of the ark of the covenant.
Mm-mm.
Anybody that touched the ark who was not assigned to carry it, a handful of men
Mm-hmm.
were assigned to carry the ark. And they had staves, one man in the front, one man in the back, on the left side of
Mm-hmm.
the ark. On the right side, one man in the front, one man in the back, golden staves, and they carried it. If you were not one of those men, four men, one day the ark was about to fall off of a cart being pulled by oxes. Man reached out to keep it from falling on the ground, killed instantly. If you sat on the mercy seat, you wouldn't be here.
Mm-hmm. That's
The
it.
mercy seat has nothing to do with this organization, the United House of Prayer for All People. There's nothing within the organization that has anything to do with the scripture. Nothing other than the warnings that the scripture give to false prophets who lie on the Father, right? So, with all of that in mind, let us understand we have a witness here who sat down on the chair. That's not a mercy seat. Uh,
He lived to tell about it.
right.
He lived to tell about it. Mm, 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 mm.
Oh, telling
Oh
us,
yeah, yeah, yeah. You hear what he says right here? Hold on. This newest comment that he put on right here.
yeah, I'm reading down now.
Oh my bad.
Uh-huh.
I, I
Telling
threw
us
that one up
says,
there since we was on it on the
oh, yeah,
topic.
no problem. Uh,
He said
telling
he
us
remembers
says,
the controversy of that wedding situation. You'll get to it in a second though, but
okay. Hey, telling us says, do the math. Music festival, he said, through the noise, push past the, and
he
oh, yeah,
did.
he's talking about us, right? What we're doing, push past the noise. Um,
Hmm.
Still trying to, get the people to stop. Y'all stop listening to that stuff. No, you need to be listening to the stuff. This stuff is the truth. His stuff is lies.
Hmm.
Um, David says, hey, I'm looking for land now. Don't let me beat y'all. LOL. That was the same thing I was waiting on. Um, I remember that controversy about the wedding. It made me chuckle. LOL. Uh, what was that controversy about the wedding? And everybody, that's the last comment. So we're about to close out. But what was that controversy about the wedding? Do you
draping
remember?
the draping that cloth over
Yeah.
the bishop's seat, and her having been fined, and the reason was because they told her that that was the mercy seat.
Yeah. It's a sad, sad shame. Um,
Hmm.
I have a letter Is there a letter? No, it's an instruction manual written by one of the leaders of the House of Prayer, where I won't say which one, but the bishop said, "My words will not go out and return unto me void."
Oh, yes, he did.
And when I saw it, I was like, wait, what? And I remembered, well, maybe there was a time, I'm almost inclined to say not maybe, there was a time when I would have believed all that. But it
Hmm.
made me go back. Again, the word, Isaiah 55, uh, where he said, 8, 9, 10, 11th verse, the Creator, his word does not go out and return void.
Hmm.
But we have men saying things as if they are, it's just like today we're hearing these things, and even men like Mr. Murray claiming that they are more than a man. It's just people, we're beyond time to do what's necessary to end all this, to fix all this, so that we can be what we need to be to help the people who need help. Period. Time out for giving these lavish lifestyles to these millionaires and billionaires who's been robbing us blind and lying to us to get more and more and more of our money. Um, so with that, looking at the time, my conscience is condemning me. Uh, David says, I apologize for my early profanity. Yep, I was in that general council meeting. It's all good, Dave. We appreciate the apology. We understand, um, but we're grateful that you're apologizing. Um, and we thank you for understanding as well. Uh, and we want to um, try to be what we can for each other, for every one of those trying to stand for what's right, trying to do what's right. We know that we have a lot of members who still support, who are still following, who are still behind Mr. Cunningham, but not because they like what he's doing, but because they're still indoctrinated and they don't know what we know. They're not paying attention to the details, even though it's just a handful of people. However, for those who are standing up, speaking out, seeing what's going on, we can stand together and do something about this. If it's not something that you are willing or ready to do, then again, you are the ones that I'm saying, don't worry about it. Just sit tight and let those who are prepared to stand up and do what's necessary, let them do. The same thing with the army of Gideon. He was told, you have too many. You got 10,000 men against this massive army, but your 10,000 is too many. He ended up with 300. But those 300 inside there, not a drop or ounce of fear, not a thing in them of fear. And some individuals try to intimidate others. Well, you can try, but when individuals put their trust in our Father, this is what we were saying yesterday. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, Amazon Prime, House of David, you'll see Samuel, the servant, stand against Saul, who comes with 1,000 men, and Samuel standing on a road, preventing Saul and his army from passing. At that moment, you will understand what I mean when I say, if you stand and you have our Father on your side, that's a wrap. If you get a chance, House of David, free on Prime, look at that episode. It's one of the last episodes. It's in season 2. Very, very, very powerful show. So, um, telling it says timeout for the purple suit. um, and David says, remember, there's nothing new under the sun. And you're right. We've been here before. we've seen this before. Um, and he says, "Yo, um, I'm waiting to see the color the wall gonna be." Yeah, we'll see. Time is coming. In the meantime, keep watching. Stay tuned. Uh, Golden Boy, is there anything you want to say, add, touch on before we close out?
No, other than moving forward, Miss Mintz and I are going to commit to Mondays and Fridays. And then if there's anything that causes us to do like a surprise, we'll do that on Wednesday. So we were gonna say like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but we'll use Wednesday as an alternate day. That'll put us on both sides of you on the weekend, and then give us like a 3 day potential breather in the middle there. So and then if anything else comes out, we'll Miss Mintz and I'll take care of that midway through on Wednesday. But aside from that, tomorrow is a jam-packed show, and we are ready to meet you all in the comments. So we cannot wait to see y'all there.
And if I can, I'll pop up and say hello, check up on you guys. My hope is to be finished with what
Hmm.
I've been working on uh, by tomorrow behind the scenes. If
Solid.
not, obviously I won't be able to pop on. But as soon as I
Hmm.
do, I'm looking forward to popping
Solid.
on, um, show some support as well. Been
Indeed.
hearing quite a few things, and believe it or not, I actually had somebody who uh, asked if I could bring you guys with me when I go see them, and they wanted to get your autographs.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's
Appreciate
one of
that.
those things. Yeah, but we thank you all, everyone, for hanging out with us. Even through the lateness of the hour, we're grateful to hear that this information was beneficial to you. Share the video. Let individuals know what it is that we're talking about and what you got out of the video.
Hmm.
The fact that we're looking at illegal activity, fraud, the whole nine, all over the organization. And now it's time for the members to back up a little bit so that we can pay attention to what the law is looking at so that we're not
Right.
involved in the violations of the law. I'm sorry.
No, I was agreeing with you. Hmm.
Mhm. So from there, we can look forward to come together to do what's necessary to fix this problem or hang out a little bit longer while we wrap some things up and see exactly what we're going to see from there. In the meantime, thank you for your time. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your commenting. Thank you for joining in. Thank you to the committee members. Thank you to coalition members. And we'll go ahead and close out on some sweet river.
Indeed.
Time. Enjoy your evening, and I'll let Golden Boy take it from here.
Solid. Appreciate y'all.